Welcome back, dear listeners. Thank you for joining me once again. Now, settle in comfortably, take a slow breath, and let your mind open gently. Today, we journey into the world of the quiet rebellions of peasant farmers, stories of courage, resilience, and the quiet strength of those who stand for their land and lives. Let's begin. In the soft, golden light of early morning, the fields stretch endlessly, a patchwork quilt of greens and browns swaying gently beneath a pale sky. The air is filled with the earthy scent of fertile soil and fresh crops, mingled with the faint, distant sounds of village life. Roosters crowing, children's laughter, and the steady rhythm of labourers beginning their day. This is the world of the peasant farmers, whose hands shape the land, and whose lives are intertwined with its cycles. These farmers live quietly, but with a profound connection to the earth beneath their feet. Generations have tended these fields, cultivating not just crops, but a way of life rooted in resilience and respect for nature's rhythms. Their days are marked by the sun's journey across the sky, from the first light breaking the horizon to the soft hues of twilight settling over the land. Every seed sown, every furrow ploughed, is an act of hope and determination. Yet beneath this serene landscape lies a history of quiet rebellion and steadfast courage. Peasant farmers have often found themselves at odds with the powers that be, landowners, tax collectors, and distant rulers whose demands threaten their survival and dignity. These rebellions are not loud or grandiose. They are whispered in the fields, enacted in subtle defiance, and carried through stories passed down by firelight. Imagine a small village gathering, where elders speak in hushed tones of past struggles and victories. These tales are woven with the wisdom of hardship, of families who resisted unjust taxes, protected their lands, and preserved their communities despite overwhelming odds. The rebellions may not be recorded in grand histories, but they pulse in the heartbeats of these people, a testament to their enduring spirit. The life of a peasant farmer is one of constant negotiation, between toil and rest, between tradition and change, between survival and hope. Their connection to the land is both practical and spiritual, shaping their customs, beliefs, and social bonds. Festivals mark the seasons, rituals honour the earth, and communal work binds neighbours together in shared purpose. As you envision these quiet rebellions, picture not only the struggles but the moments of joy and solidarity, children playing among the crops, families sharing meals under open skies, and the soft glow of lanterns illuminating faces worn but proud. These are lives lived in harmony with the land, marked by resilience, dignity, and an unyielding will to persevere. As the morning sun rises higher, casting warm golden hues across the sprawling fields and humble villages, the daily life of peasant farmers unfolds in a delicate dance between endurance and hope. The landscape is alive with the sounds of labour, the steady clinking of wooden tools, the rustling of grain in gentle breezes, and the soft murmur of voices exchanging news and encouragement. Each furrow turned and seed planted carries the weight of generations who have relied on this land not just for sustenance, but for identity and survival. These farmers are intimately attuned to the rhythms of nature, the fickle rainfalls that determine the success of their crops, the changing seasons that dictate planting and harvest, and the subtle signs in the sky that forecast storms or drought. Their knowledge, often passed down orally from parent to child, is a precious inheritance, a blend of practical wisdom and spiritual reverence. To the peasant, the earth is a living entity, a source of life that must be respected and nurtured even as it is coaxed to yield its bounty. Yet, life is never simple or certain. Beneath the serene surface, tensions simmer between those who till the land and those who wield power over it. Landowners and tax collectors impose harsh demands, and the burden of unfair taxation and exploitation threatens to strip these farmers of their hard-earned livelihoods. But instead of grand uprisings, the resistance is subtle, a quiet rebellion enacted in everyday acts of courage, withholding taxes, sharing resources, or preserving traditions that affirm their dignity and autonomy. Imagine the hushed conversations beneath starlit skies, where elders recount stories of resilience, how a community united to protect its fields from unjust seizure, or how families defied oppressive laws by maintaining their own customs in secret. These stories, though lacking the pomp of grand revolutions, carry the profound power of survival and solidarity, a testament to the strength found in unity and quiet defiance. In this world, community ties are vital. Neighbours gather to help one another during planting and harvest seasons, sharing tools, labour, and knowledge. Festivals bring brief moments of joy and relief, where music, dance, and feasting celebrate the earth's generosity and reinforce social bonds. The collective spirit is a shield against hardship, a wellspring of resilience that sustains them through the hardest seasons. As you visualize these quiet rebellions, see the faces of the farmers, weathered by sun and toil, yet bright with determination and hope. Their hands, rough and calloused, are tools of both creation and resistance, shaping the land and their destinies with every gesture. Their stories remind us that courage need not be loud or grand to be powerful. Sometimes, it is the quiet persistence of everyday life that changes the world. As the day moves steadily onward, the fields of the peasant farmers shimmer under the midday sun, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. The scent of earth, grass, and wildflowers mingles with the faint aroma of wood smoke rising from distant village hearths. Life here moves to the steady rhythm of nature and labour, a blend of simplicity and profound complexity shaped by centuries of tradition and hardship. The peasant farmers are the unsung stewards of the land, their lives intertwined with the soil that sustains them. Their hands, calloused and skilled, tend to crops with care and resilience, while their hearts hold stories of struggle and hope. Amidst the daily toil, there are moments of reflection, gazing at the horizon where the sky meets the earth, feeling the sun's warmth, and listening to the chorus of birds that herald the changing seasons. Yet beneath this calm surface lies a simmering resistance, a quiet rebellion against systems that seek to control and exploit. Peasant farmers have long faced challenges: heavy taxes levied by distant lords, the threat of land confiscation, and the imposition of rules that often disregard their needs and wisdom. But their defiance is not always loud or violent. It lives in acts of subtle courage and steadfast community. Picture a small village meeting at twilight, the flickering light of lanterns casting dancing shadows on faces worn by years of labour, yet bright with determination. Here, elders recount tales of resistance, how their ancestors organised to protect communal lands, how they shared knowledge to outwit unfair taxation, and how they preserved cultural traditions that reinforced their identity and solidarity. These stories, passed from generation to generation, are threads that bind the community in resilience. The social fabric of these farming communities is rich and complex. Kinship ties and neighbourly bonds form a web of support that enables survival in the face of hardship. Festivals and rituals punctuate the agricultural calendar, celebrating harvests and invoking blessings for fertile soil and good weather. Music, dance, and storytelling serve as both entertainment and vehicles for preserving history and values. As you imagine these quiet rebellions, envision the strength found in everyday acts. A family sharing scarce resources, neighbours coming together to repair a broken irrigation channel, a child learning ancient songs that tell of past struggles. These are the real stories of resilience, where hope is nurtured in the soil alongside the crops. In their quiet defiance and enduring spirit, the peasant farmers remind us that true strength often lies not in the roar of revolution, but in the persistent heartbeat of daily life, sustained by community, tradition, and an unyielding love for the land. As the sun begins its slow descent, bathing the fields in a warm amber glow, the villages where peasant farmers dwell come alive with a different kind of energy, one marked by quiet reflection and subtle acts of defiance. The evening air carries the scents of wood smoke, fresh earth, and blooming wildflowers, mingling with the soft murmur of voices sharing stories around flickering fires. This is a time when the day's labour gives way to communal gatherings, where bonds are strengthened and histories preserved. Imagine the scene: families seated on woven mats beneath sprawling banyan trees, elders recounting tales of ancestral resilience and quiet rebellion. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on weathered faces, eyes gleaming with the pride and sorrow of generations. These stories speak of peasant farmers who, faced with oppressive taxes and unjust laws, found ways to resist without raising swords or rallying armies, through unity, ingenuity, and steadfastness. The fields themselves bear witness to these struggles. Each furrow turned is an act of survival, each harvest gathered a triumph over adversity. The farmer's intimate knowledge of their land, its soils, its waters, its seasons, becomes a form of power that distant rulers often failed to understand or control. Water channels are diverted, crops are planted in patterns that maximize yield and confuse tax collectors, and communal work ensures that no family stands alone in hardship. Religious and cultural rituals provide both solace and strength. Festivals honouring the earth and sky, dances invoking blessings for rain and fertility, and prayers whispered in hidden groves reinforce a connection to something greater than the daily struggles. These spiritual practices become acts of rebellion in themselves, preserving identity and autonomy in the face of external pressures. As night deepens and the stars emerge, the quiet rebellions take on a sacred quality. They are not loud battles, but enduring legacies of resistance, whispered in lullabies, etched into folk songs, and passed down through the generations. The resilience of these communities is a testament to the human spirit's ability to endure and thrive, even in the harshest conditions. Envision the faces of these peasant farmers, hands worn but steady, eyes bright with determination, hearts bound by a love of land and community. Their stories remind us that rebellion need not roar to be powerful. Sometimes it is found in the quiet persistence of daily life, in the courage to hold on, to hope, and to nurture. As the night deepens over the quiet villages and sprawling fields tended by peasant farmers, the air becomes heavy with the scent of jasmine, fresh earth, and the faint smoke of hearth fires. Under a canopy of stars, twinkling softly against the velvet black sky, the day's toil fades into memories and whispered conversations. These moments of stillness hold a sacred space where stories of resilience, defiance, and hope are passed from one generation to the next. Imagine a small circle of villagers gathered around a crackling fire, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of flames. Elders speak slowly, their voices carrying the weight of history and lived experience. They recount tales of ancestors who faced the harsh demands of landowners and rulers with quiet courage, using wisdom and subtle resistance to protect their families and preserve their dignity. These stories are not just memories, but living threads that weave the fabric of community identity. The peasant farmer's relationship with the land is profound and multifaceted. The soil is both a source of sustenance and a symbol of belonging. Each seed sown, each harvest gathered, is a testament to the intimate bond between people and place. The farmers observe the changing seasons with reverence, understanding the delicate balance required to maintain fertility and ensure future abundance. Their rituals, from planting ceremonies to harvest festivals, celebrate this connection, blending practical knowledge with spiritual significance. But the quiet rebellions continue beneath the surface of everyday life. Peasant farmers often resisted unjust taxes and labour demands not through open conflict, but through subtle acts, working slowly, feigning illness, or organising communal support systems that ensured no family bore the burden alone. These acts of defiance, though small in isolation, collectively challenged systems of exploitation and asserted the farmer's agency. Community cooperation is vital in these villages. Neighbours share tools, labour, and resources, forming networks of mutual aid that buffer against hardship. Weddings, funerals, and religious ceremonies provide occasions for collective expression and reaffirmation of shared values. music and dance enliven these gatherings, their rhythms echoing the heartbeat of a people bound by land and lineage. As dawn approaches, casting soft light over the sleeping fields, the spirit of the peasant farmers endures, a testament to the resilience of those who live quietly but resist boldly. Their stories invite us to reflect on the power of perseverance, the strength found in community, and the profound connection between people and the earth that sustains them. As dawn breaks gently over the tranquil villages and fertile fields, a soft golden light spills across the landscape, awakening the world with a promise of renewal and quiet strength. The air is crisp and filled with the fresh scent of dew-kissed earth and blooming wildflowers, mingling with the distant song of morning birds heralding the start of another day. Here, in the heart of the countryside, the peasant farmers rise with the sun, their lives deeply entwined with the rhythms of nature and the legacies of those who came before them. Imagine the early morning scene. Men and women stepping into the fields, their hands weathered but steady, eyes bright with determination. Children, still rubbing sleep from their eyes, follow close behind, learning the ancient practices of planting, tending and harvesting that have sustained their families for generations. The fields, a patchwork of greens and browns, ripple gently in the morning breeze, each furrow a testament to resilience and hope. These farmers carry not only the burden of their daily labour, but also the weight of history. A history marked by quiet defiance and steadfast resistance. Though often overlooked by the grand narratives of history, their struggles against unjust taxes, exploitative landowners and oppressive systems form the backbone of enduring change. Their rebellions were seldom loud or violent. Instead, they thrived in the subtle acts of solidarity, the preservation of cultural identity, and the unwavering commitment to their land and communities. Envision the communal gatherings that punctuate the farming calendar, moments where the community comes together to share labour, stories, and traditions. These events are infused with laughter, song, and the warmth of shared purpose, reinforcing bonds that have weathered centuries of hardship. Rituals honouring the earth and ancestors blend seamlessly with practical knowledge, creating a rich tapestry of culture that sustains both body and spirit. Amidst these rhythms of work and community, there are also moments of quiet reflection and deep connection to the land. The farmers understand the delicate balance between giving and receiving, knowing that their futures depend on the health of the soil, the bounty of the harvest, and the blessings of nature. This respect for the environment is both spiritual and practical, guiding their actions and fostering a profound sense of stewardship. As the sun climbs higher, casting its light over the fields and villages, the quiet rebellions continue, not through grand gestures, but in the resilience of daily life, the refusal to surrender identity or dignity, and the persistent hope for a better tomorrow. These stories of peasant farmers remind us that true power often lies in endurance, community, and the unbreakable bond between people and the land they call home. As the late afternoon sun begins to wane, casting long golden shadows over the sprawling fields and quiet villages, the world of the peasant farmers takes on a softer, more contemplative hue. The air is thick with the scent of freshly turned earth, wild herbs, and the distant, comforting smoke of evening fires. The rhythm of the day slows, giving way to moments of reflection, storytelling, and subtle acts of resistance that have quietly shaped the lives of these resilient communities for generations. Imagine a gathering beneath the ancient oak tree at the village centre, where neighbours come together as twilight deepens. The flickering glow of lanterns and firelight illuminates faces weathered by sun and toil, yet bright with resolve and warmth. Elders recount the stories of those who came before, tales of quiet defiance against oppressive landlords, clever negotiations with tax collectors, and the unyielding spirit that kept the community united through hardship and change. In these moments, the rebellion is not one of weapons or loud declarations, but of shared memory and collective will. It lives in the preservation of customs, the passing down of wisdom, and the unspoken understanding that together they hold the power to protect their way of life. The music of folk songs rises softly, weaving history and hope into melodies that echo through the cool evening air, binding past and present in a tapestry of resilience. The connection between the peasant farmers and their land is sacred and enduring. Each furrow ploughed, each seed sown, is an act of faith and defiance, a statement that despite external pressures, the land and its people will endure. Seasonal festivals celebrate this bond, with rituals that honour the earth's bounty and seek blessings for the coming harvest, reinforcing the community's unity and strength. As night deepens and stars emerge to blanket the sky, the village settles into a peaceful hush. The quiet rebellions continue in whispered prayers, gentle lullabies, and the steadfast hearts of those who rise again with the dawn to tend their fields and nurture their communities. Their stories remind us that resilience is often found not in grand gestures, but in the persistent, loving care for home and heritage. Through these quiet acts of rebellion, the peasant farmers shape a legacy of hope and endurance, a testament to the power of unity, tradition, and the unbreakable bond between people and the land they call home. As the night deepens, the villages of peasant farmers rest under a vast sky dotted with countless stars, their soft light casting a gentle glow over fields now silent and bathed in moonlight. The cool air carries the subtle fragrance of earth and blooming night flowers, mingling with the faint crackle of dying fires and the quiet rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. In this peaceful darkness, the strength and resilience of these communities linger like an unbroken thread, weaving through time and space. Picture a solitary figure walking slowly along a winding path that threads through the fields, lantern in hand, pausing occasionally to listen to the sounds of the night. The distant hoot of an owl, the chirp of crickets, the soft murmur of a nearby stream. This figure embodies the quiet endurance of generations, a living connection to the struggles and triumphs of those who came before. The night is a time for reflection and remembrance, when the stories of quiet rebellion are passed in whispers, carrying lessons of courage and hope. The peasant farmers' bond with their land is not just physical but deeply spiritual. They honour the cycles of nature with rituals and prayers, believing that their survival depends on maintaining harmony with the earth and the unseen forces that govern it. These rituals, often conducted under the cover of night, reinforce a sense of community and shared destiny, reminding all that they are part of something greater than themselves. Despite the challenges they face, these communities have preserved a rich cultural heritage, songs sung softly by the fireside, dances performed during festivals, and tales told with reverence and pride. This heritage is both a shield and a beacon, providing strength in adversity and a vision of a future rooted in respect for tradition and the land. As dawn approaches, bringing with it the promise of a new day, the quiet rebellions of the peasant farmers continue, in their steadfast commitment to family and community, in their careful stewardship of the land, and in the unyielding hope that sustains them. Their stories invite us to recognise the power of persistence and the profound impact of lives lived with dignity and purpose. As the first light of dawn gently filters through the canopy of ancient trees, the village awakens slowly, wrapped in a delicate veil of mist and the soft songs of morning birds. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the earthy fragrance of moist soil and wild herbs that have grown alongside the fields tended by peasant farmers for generations. This new day, like many before it, begins quietly, a testament to the enduring cycle of life, labour and resilience that defines these communities. Imagine the villagers emerging from their humble homes, faces weathered by years of toil yet illuminated by the gentle promise of the morning. Men and women gather their tools, children follow close, eager to learn the rhythms of the land and the stories of those who came before. The fields stretch out in a lush mosaic of green and gold, each plant a symbol of hope, perseverance and the fruits of shared labour. Yet beneath this tranquil scene lies the heartbeat of quiet rebellion, a steadfast refusal to be broken by hardship or injustice. These farmers, though often overlooked in grand historical narratives, have shaped their destinies through acts of courage that ripple through time. Whether through the subtle art of preserving traditional farming methods, the collective management of communal resources, or the gentle resistance to exploitative demands, their resilience is both practical and profound. Gather around the communal fire as the elders once did, sharing tales that blend history, myth, and lessons learned. These stories remind the young of their roots, the sacrifices made, and the power of unity. They speak of ancestors who faced impossible odds, harsh landlords, unjust taxes, and threats to their very survival, yet chose solidarity over surrender, hope over despair. The social fabric of these communities is tightly woven, a network of mutual support and shared values that have sustained them through droughts, famines, and political upheaval. Festivals marking the cycles of planting and harvest are moments of joy and reaffirmation, where music, dance, and ritual renew bonds and celebrate life's persistence. As the sun climbs higher, casting its light over the fields and homes, the quiet rebellions of the peasant farmers continue to unfold, not as dramatic uprisings, but as enduring acts of love, courage, and commitment to land and community. Their stories invite us to recognize the strength found in perseverance and the profound legacy of lives lived with dignity and purpose. As the golden hues of sunset fade into the deep indigo of night, the fields and villages of the peasant farmers rest under a vast sky embroidered with shimmering stars. The gentle whispers of the evening breeze carry the soft scent of wildflowers and earth, mingling with the faint murmur of distant streams and the occasional hoot of an owl. In this tranquil embrace, the stories of quiet rebellions and enduring resilience come to a peaceful close, yet their echoes linger, a timeless testament to human spirit and steadfast hope. Picture the village at dusk, where the last light dances upon worn stone walls and thatched roofs, casting long shadows that blend with the soft glow of lanterns. Families gather around fires, sharing simple meals and stories that bind generations together. The laughter of children mingles with the soothing melodies of folk songs, weaving a tapestry of community, love and survival that has withstood the trials of time. The peasant farmer's connection to their land transcends mere occupation. It is a sacred covenant passed down through centuries. Each season's cycle, planting, tending, harvesting, is a ritual infused with gratitude and reverence. Their quiet defiance is expressed not in grand gestures, but in daily acts of care, stewardship, and communal solidarity, affirming their identity and resisting erasure. Reflect on the legacy these farmers leave behind, a heritage of resilience and hope, a culture rich in tradition, and a testament to the power of unity against adversity. Their rebellions, though quiet, have shaped the fabric of societies and continue to inspire those who cherish connection to land and community. As night deepens and stars glow brighter, let this story settle in your heart, a reminder that strength often lies in gentle persistence, that courage is sometimes found in quiet acts, and that the bonds we nurture with each other and our world endure beyond time. Now let's journey deeper into history with a new tale, the lost cities of the Amazon basin. Hidden beneath the vast jungle, these ancient civilizations hold mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Let's explore their secrets together. Deep within the heart of the Amazon basin, beneath the dense canopy of one of the world's most expansive and enigmatic rainforests, lie secrets that have eluded explorers and scientists for centuries. The air is thick with humidity, filled with the vibrant sounds of life. The calls of exotic birds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the distant roar of cascading waterfalls. Here, sunlight filters through the layered foliage in fragmented beams, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the lush undergrowth below. Imagine standing at the edge of an ancient clearing, where the dense green suddenly gives way to the remnants of civilizations long swallowed by time and nature. Moss-covered stone foundations peek through the tangled vines, and crumbling terraces rise like whispers of forgotten grandeur. These are the lost cities of the Amazon basin. Once thriving centers of culture, innovation, and complex societies, now hidden beneath layers of earth and vegetation, their stories waiting patiently to be uncovered. The people who built these cities lived in harmony with the vast and challenging environment around them. They engineered sophisticated agricultural systems, including raised fields and intricate canals, to sustain large populations in the nutrient-poor rainforest soil. Their art and architecture, though eroded by centuries of rain and growth, hint at rich spiritual beliefs and a deep connection to the land and cosmos. But the fate of these cities remains shrouded in mystery. Some scholars speculate about climate change, disease, or social upheaval leading to their decline, while others believe these civilizations were more widespread and advanced than previously imagined. The dense forest, once an ally, became a silent guardian, hiding these ruins from the outside world for hundreds of years. As you envision these lost cities, picture the vibrant life they once held. Bustling marketplaces, sacred temples, communal gatherings under the stars. Feel the weight of history pressing softly against the present, reminding us of humanity's resilience and the impermanence of even the greatest achievements. As the morning light filters gently through the dense canopy of the Amazon rainforest, the mysterious remnants of ancient civilizations emerge like faint whispers amidst the vibrant greens and tangled undergrowth. The forest teems with life, the melodic songs of exotic birds, the hum of insects, and the distant splash of river waters create an immersive symphony, one that has played uninterrupted for centuries. This thriving ecosystem, so rich and diverse, also conceals the remarkable achievements of people who once thrived here, mastering the challenges of the jungle to build complex urban centres. Imagine stepping carefully along a narrow, overgrown trail where the air is heavy with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves and blooming orchids. Sunlight filters through layers of leaves, dappling the forest floor and illuminating ancient stone walls and terraces, their edges softened by moss and vines. These ruins reveal a sophisticated society that adapted ingeniously to its environment. Engineers of raised fields, canals, and water management systems that defied the limits of a seemingly inhospitable landscape. The lost cities were hubs of culture and spirituality. Archaeological findings suggest they housed grand plazas, ceremonial platforms, and intricately decorated artifacts that speak to a deep cosmological understanding and vibrant community life. Pottery shards tell stories of trade and daily life. Carved stones hint at mythologies and gods who governed not just nature but human destiny. These were societies deeply connected to the cycles of the earth, the stars above, and the river's lifeblood weaving through their cities. Yet despite their brilliance, these civilizations faced trials, environmental shifts, disease, social upheaval that may have led to their gradual abandonment. The jungle reclaimed what was once cleared, weaving its green tapestry over stone and soil, concealing cities that were once filled with laughter, music, and the pulse of human endeavour. This reclamation transformed the Amazon into a living archive, its dense foliage a guardian of secrets waiting patiently for discovery. As you wander through this ancient world, imagine the daily lives of its inhabitants. Farmers tending raised fields, priests performing sacred rituals, children playing beneath towering trees. Picture marketplaces bustling with trade, artisans crafting objects of beauty and utility, and communities united by shared traditions and hopes. Feel the connection between people and place, a bond that endured through centuries of change and remains echoed in the forest's silent embrace. As the afternoon sun pierces through the thick canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor, the lost cities of the Amazon basin continue to reveal their mysteries in subtle, haunting ways. The dense foliage rustles softly, carrying the distant calls of howler monkeys and the fluttering wings of vibrant butterflies. This lush, vibrant environment, so full of life and colour, also holds the silent echoes of civilizations long past, people whose ingenuity and resilience shaped an extraordinary urban landscape hidden beneath layers of green. Imagine walking carefully among towering stone structures, now softened by centuries of moss and creeping vines. The air is heavy with humidity, and the rich aroma of decomposing leaves and blooming flowers, mingling with the faint scent of river water carried on the breeze. The ruins, plazas, ceremonial mounds, and complex terraces speak volumes of a society that mastered its environment, harmonizing human settlement with the relentless growth of the jungle. The architects of these cities engineered systems that controlled water flow, enriched the poor soil, and sustained agriculture on a scale once thought impossible in the rainforest. Raised fields lifted crops above seasonal floods, while canals and reservoirs ensured a steady supply of water. Such innovations reveal a civilization deeply connected to its surroundings, blending technology with an intimate understanding of nature's rhythms. In the heart of these cities, life once thrived with vibrant energy. Marketplaces would have been filled with the sounds of bargaining voices and the colourful exchange of goods, pottery, woven fabrics, exotic fruits, and crafted tools. Temples and ceremonial centres stood as focal points of spiritual and social life, where rituals celebrated the cosmos, seasons, and the cycles of life and death. Intricate carvings and artifacts suggest a rich mythology, where gods and ancestors guided the fate of the people. Yet, like many ancient civilizations, these cities faced challenges. Environmental changes, perhaps prolonged droughts or shifts in river courses, alongside social upheavals may have precipitated their decline. Over time, the forest crept back, swallowing streets and homes, cloaking the grandeur in green mystery. The jungle became both a tomb and protector of these lost worlds. As you immerse yourself in this scene, imagine the resilience and spirit of the people who built and lived in these cities. Feel their connection to the land, their hopes and fears, their celebrations and losses. Their stories, though silent, speak through the stones and soil, inviting us to explore, remember, and honour a remarkable chapter of human history hidden beneath the Amazon's emerald canopy. As twilight descends upon the dense canopy of the Amazon basin, a gentle hush falls over the sprawling jungle, cloaking the lost cities in a veil of mystery and reverence. The air is thick with the scents of damp earth, blooming orchids, and the distant murmur of flowing rivers, while the symphony of nocturnal creatures, the soft croak of frogs, the distant howl of monkeys, and the whisper of leaves stirred by a night breeze, fills the shadows with life. In this tranquil yet vibrant nocturnal world, the echoes of ancient civilizations stir softly beneath the moonlit canopy. Picture wandering through the remnants of a grand plaza, where towering stone pillars reach skyward, their surfaces etched with faded carvings that tell stories of gods, kings, and celestial events. Vines entwine the ruins, weaving nature's own tapestry over man-made wonders, as if the forest itself seeks to embrace and protect these relics of human achievement. The fading light casts long shadows that dance with the rustle of leaves, creating an ethereal atmosphere that blurs the boundaries between past and present. The people who once inhabited these cities were masterful engineers and spiritual visionaries. Their sophisticated agricultural terraces and water management systems reveal a society attuned to the delicate balance of rainforest ecology, capable of sustaining large populations through ingenious means. These innovations were not just practical but deeply intertwined with cultural and religious beliefs, reflecting a worldview that saw humanity and nature as inseparable. Within the sacred spaces of these lost cities, rituals were performed under the watchful eyes of priests and shamans who sought to maintain harmony between the earthly and the divine. Ceremonies marked the cycles of planting and harvest, the phases of the moon, and the passage of seasons, weaving together the fabric of community life with threads of cosmic significance. Artifacts unearthed hint at a rich pantheon of deities and ancestral spirits, their stories preserved in symbolic motifs and intricate craftsmanship. Yet despite their grandeur and ingenuity, these civilizations face the inexorable forces of change. Environmental shifts, possibly prolonged droughts or flooding, combined with social and political upheavals, may have led to the gradual abandonment of these cities. Over centuries, the jungle reclaimed its dominion, obscuring the ruins beneath layers of vegetation and earth, preserving them in a timeless embrace. As you immerse yourself in this twilight scene, feel the profound connection between people and place, the intertwining of human endeavour and nature's resilience. The lost cities of the Amazon basin stand as silent witnesses to a chapter of human history rich in innovation, spirituality, and the enduring quest for harmony with the world around us. As the first light of dawn stretches across the Amazon basin, it awakens a world that is both ancient and alive. The dense rainforest hums with the sounds of countless creatures, while shafts of golden sunlight pierce through the canopy, illuminating patches of vibrant green and revealing glimpses of the hidden ruins below. The air is thick with the scent of wet earth, blooming flowers, and the subtle aroma of decaying leaves, a fragrant reminder of the eternal cycle of life and decay that shapes this vast ecosystem. Imagine standing on the edge of a long-forgotten city where moss-covered stone steps descend into shadowy courtyards and crumbling walls tell stories carved by the hands of civilizations that flourished here centuries ago. These lost cities, swallowed by the jungle's relentless growth, are silent yet powerful testimonies to human ingenuity, resilience, and the desire to create meaning and order within the wild. The architects of these cities were pioneers of sustainable living, mastering techniques that allowed them to thrive in an environment that could be as unforgiving as it was abundant. Raised fields, designed to lift crops above seasonal floods, allowed for steady food production. Complex irrigation networks managed water flow, preventing erosion and nurturing the soil. Such innovations illustrate a profound understanding of ecological balance and community well-being. Within the heart of these cities, ceremonial plazas and sacred temples stood as centers of spiritual life. Intricate carvings and artifacts found here hint at a rich cosmology, where the cycles of the moon, the movement of the stars, and the changing seasons were woven into the fabric of everyday existence. These places were not just physical structures, but gateways connecting the people to their ancestors, their gods, and the natural world around them. Yet the story of these lost cities is also one of mystery and loss. Environmental changes, social transformations, or external pressures may have led to their decline and eventual abandonment. Over time, the jungle reclaimed the land, hiding these magnificent places beneath layers of green, where they would remain undiscovered for centuries, preserving their secrets in silence. As you wander through this imagined landscape, envision the lives once lived here. Farmers tending their fields, priests performing sacred rites, artisans crafting beauty from stone and clay, children playing under the shade of towering trees. Feel the connection between people and place, the rhythms of life attuned to nature's cycles, and the enduring spirit that persists even beneath the dense foliage. As the sun climbs higher, casting vibrant rays that pierce through the dense Amazon canopy, the lost cities hidden beneath the jungle's embrace begin to reveal their secrets more clearly to the attentive observer. The air is thick with humidity, filled with the buzzing chorus of insects and the melodic calls of tropical birds, creating a living soundtrack that both masks and reveals the ancient echoes beneath. The forest floor is a tapestry of ferns, mosses, and fallen leaves, while beams of sunlight illuminate patches of stonework, drawing the eye to the craftsmanship hidden by centuries of growth. Imagine exploring a labyrinth of stone plazas, elevated walkways, and ceremonial mounds, where each structure speaks of a people who melded art, engineering, and spirituality into their urban design. The carefully shaped stones, worn smooth by time and weather, are adorned with intricate carvings depicting deities, mythical creatures, and celestial events, hinting at a rich cosmological worldview that intertwined the heavens and the earth. The layout of the city aligns with astronomical markers, revealing a profound understanding of time, seasons, and their influence on agriculture and ritual life. These lost cities were not mere settlements, but vibrant cultural centres. Markets would have bustled with traders exchanging goods like pottery, woven textiles, exotic feathers, and foodstuffs, linking distant communities in networks of commerce and cultural exchange. Temples and plazas served as hubs of religious and social activity, where festivals and ceremonies brought people together to honour their gods, celebrate harvests, and mark the passage of life's milestones. Yet, the grandeur of these cities is tempered by the mysteries of their decline. Some scholars suggest environmental shifts, such as prolonged droughts or soil depletion, challenge the sustainability of these societies. Others point to internal social changes or external pressures that might have led to gradual abandonment. Over time, the jungle reclaimed its domain, enveloping stone and soil alike, weaving a dense veil of greenery that both conceals and protects the remnants of these remarkable civilizations. As you envision wandering these ancient sites, feel the pulse of life that once coursed through their streets and plazas. Hear the laughter of children, the chants of priests, and the rhythms of daily labour. Sense the deep connection these people had with their environment, a relationship marked by respect, knowledge, and a quest for harmony that resonates even across centuries. The lost cities of the Amazon basin remind us of the profound ingenuity of human societies, their capacity to adapt and flourish in diverse environments, and the inevitable passage of time that shapes all things. Their secrets invite us to explore, to learn, and to honour the legacies woven into the very fabric of the jungle. As the afternoon sun begins to wane, casting a warm golden light through the thick canopy of the Amazon rainforest, the lost cities beneath the emerald leaves reveal their silent grandeur in fleeting glimpses. The air is alive with the chorus of tropical birds, the soft rustling of leaves stirred by gentle breezes, and the distant calls of howler monkeys echoing through the trees. This vibrant soundscape blends with the whisper of ancient stones, moss-covered and time-worn, that stand as monuments to civilizations that once thrived in harmony with the jungle. Imagine walking carefully through narrow pathways bordered by towering trees, their roots entwining with crumbling terraces and staircases. The forest floor is carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves, colourful fungi, and delicate wildflowers that bloom in shaded clearings. Shafts of sunlight filter through the thick foliage, illuminating fragments of pottery and carved stone that speak to the artistry and daily life of people long gone. Each step taken is a step deeper into a world where human ingenuity met the challenges of one of the planet's most demanding environments. These ancient peoples engineered their cities with remarkable precision. The layout of plazas, temples, and residential areas reflects a sophisticated understanding of urban planning, astronomy, and ecology. Raised fields dotted the landscape, protecting crops from seasonal floods, while elaborate canal systems controlled water flow and supported agriculture. Such innovations underscore a society deeply connected to the rhythms of nature, adapting technology to sustain their community and culture. Within the heart of these cities, life once pulsed with vibrant energy. Markets would have bustled with traders exchanging goods, from finely woven textiles and ceramics to exotic feathers and food. Religious ceremonies infused daily life with meaning, honouring deities associated with the forest, rivers, and celestial bodies. Artefacts discovered in the ruins, intricate jewellery, ritual objects, and glyph-covered stones, offer glimpses into the spiritual beliefs and social structures that shaped this ancient world. Yet, the fate of these cities remains shrouded in mystery. Environmental changes, such as shifting river courses or prolonged droughts, may have disrupted their delicate balance. Social upheaval or external pressures could have accelerated decline. Over centuries, the jungle slowly enveloped these remarkable centres, hiding them beneath layers of green and earth, preserving their secrets while erasing their visible presence. As you imagine the lives of those who built and inhabited these lost cities, sense the blend of resilience, creativity, and spirituality that defined them. Their legacy endures in the jungle's embrace, inviting us to explore, respect, and cherish the rich tapestry of human history hidden beneath the Amazon's verdant canopy. As twilight deepens over the lush expanse of the Amazon basin, the rainforest transforms into a realm of shadows and whispered secrets. The thick canopy above filters the fading light into soft hues of violet and indigo, while the air grows cooler and more fragrant with the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers. The symphony of nocturnal life begins anew. The croaks of frogs, the distant howls of monkeys, and the rustling of leaves stirred by gentle breezes weave a haunting melody that fills the darkness. Within this enchanted twilight, the lost cities take on an almost mystical aura. The ancient stone structures, partially cloaked in moss and vines, seem to glow softly under the silvery light of the rising moon. Their weathered surfaces bear the marks of centuries, yet they stand resilient, silent witnesses to the lives and stories of those who once called them home. In the stillness, one can almost hear the echoes of footsteps on stone plazas, the murmurs of ceremonial chants, and the laughter of children playing beneath towering trees. The inhabitants of these cities lived in profound harmony with their environment, guided by a worldview that embraced both the tangible and the spiritual. Their architecture, art, and rituals reflect a deep respect for the natural world and its cycles. The rising and setting of the sun, the phases of the moon, the seasonal rains that nourished their crops. Sacred spaces within the cities served as focal points for community gatherings and spiritual ceremonies, connecting the people with their ancestors and the divine forces they revered. Despite their ingenuity and adaptability, these civilizations faced inevitable challenges. Changes in climate, shifts in river paths, or pressures from neighbouring groups may have led to their gradual decline. Over time, the relentless growth of the rainforest reclaimed the cities, weaving a tapestry of green that both conceals and protects their ruins. This transformation reminds us of nature's power to both nurture and erase, preserving history in silence. As you immerse yourself in this twilight world, feel the interplay of light and shadow, the dance of past and present. The lost cities of the Amazon basin stand not only as archaeological treasures, but as symbols of resilience, connection, and the enduring spirit of human creativity amid nature's vastness. As the first gentle light of dawn begins to pierce through the dense canopy of the Amazon rainforest, a soft mist rises from the forest floor, shrouding the ancient ruins in a veil of mystery and reverence. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, blooming orchids, and the fresh promise of a new day. The jungle awakens slowly, with the melodic calls of tropical birds and the gentle rustle of leaves signalling the start of another day in this timeless wilderness. Imagine standing amidst the remnants of a lost city, where moss-covered stone walls and crumbling terraces speak silently of a civilization that once flourished here, thriving in harmony with the surrounding jungle. The intricate layout of plazas, temples, and residential compounds reveals a society deeply connected to its environment, whose people mastered the challenges of rainforest life through ingenuity and spiritual insight. These cities were centers of culture and innovation. Archaeological discoveries suggest complex social structures, vibrant trade networks, and rich ceremonial traditions. The inhabitants cultivated the land using advanced techniques, adapted to the seasonal rhythms of the rainforest, and built monumental architecture that aligned with celestial events, reflecting a profound cosmological understanding. Yet, the story of these lost cities is also one of mystery and transformation. Environmental changes, such as shifting river courses or prolonged droughts, may have contributed to their decline, while social and political factors likely played a role in their gradual abandonment. Over centuries, the jungle reclaimed these once bustling centres, enveloping stone and soil alike in a dense embrace of greenery and life. As you walk through this imagined landscape, envision the lives of those who lived here: farmers tending crops in raised fields, artisans crafting pottery and textiles, priests performing sacred rituals beneath the open sky. Feel the pulse of community, the blend of struggle and celebration, and the enduring connection to land and spirit that defined their existence. The lost cities of the Amazon basin stand as silent testaments to human creativity, resilience, and the profound relationship between people and nature. Their secrets continue to inspire wonder and invite us to explore the depths of history hidden beneath the forest's emerald canopy. As the sun begins its slow descent, casting long shadows over the dense, vibrant canopy of the Amazon basin, the lost cities hidden beneath the jungle's emerald embrace seem to come alive once more in the fading light. The air is thick with the rich scents of moist earth, blooming orchids, and the subtle perfume of distant river waters. The chorus of nocturnal creatures begins to swell, the gentle croak of frogs, the rustle of leaves stirred by evening breezes, and the distant calls of howler monkeys weaving a haunting melody that fills the twilight. Imagine standing in the heart of one of these ancient cities where weathered stone structures, temples, plazas, and terraces emerge from the green tapestry like echoes of a forgotten world. Moss and vines curl lovingly around cracked pillars, and delicate orchids bloom from crevices carved centuries ago. The stones whisper stories of a civilization that balanced harmony with nature and technological prowess, a people who observed the cosmos, cultivated the land, and built communities that thrived in the heart of the jungle. These lost cities, though reclaimed by nature, remain monuments to human ingenuity, resilience, and spirit. Their ruins tell stories of innovation: raised agricultural fields that defied flooding, intricate water management systems, and urban designs aligned with celestial bodies. Their art and artifacts speak of rich cultural beliefs, of gods and ancestors guiding daily life, and of rituals that connected the earth to the heavens. Yet, their fate reminds us of the impermanence that shadows all human endeavours. Environmental shifts, social upheaval, or other forces may have led to their decline, leaving these magnificent places to be swallowed by the jungle's relentless growth. In their silence, they invite reflection on the cycles of life and nature, on the fragility and strength of civilizations. As twilight deepens into night and stars shimmer like scattered jewels above, these lost cities stand as eternal guardians of history. Sacred spaces where the past and present entwine. Their legacy inspires awe and respect, reminding us of humanity's enduring quest to understand, adapt to, and harmonize with the natural world. Now, let's turn the page to a new story: the hidden lives of samurai servants. Behind the grandeur of samurai armor and honor lies a world of quiet dedication and unseen struggles. Let's uncover the stories of those who served in the shadows, shaping history in their own humble ways. In the quiet dawn of feudal Japan, beneath the towering castles and serene temples, there existed a world often overlooked: the hidden lives of the samurai servants. These men and women lived in the shadows of the revered warriors, their days filled with unyielding loyalty, relentless labour, and quiet sacrifice. As the soft morning mist clung to the gardens, and the first rays of sunlight kissed the wooden eaves, the samurai servants prepared for their duties, their presence woven intricately into the fabric of samurai life. Imagine walking through the winding corridors of a samurai estate, where the faint scent of sandalwood mingles with the earthy aroma of tatami mats and polished wood. The servants move silently, their footsteps light and deliberate, attending to every need of their lords with meticulous care. From preparing the morning tea with precise grace to tending the armour and weapons that symbolise honour and power, their roles were vital yet seldom acknowledged. These servants came from humble origins, bound by a code of loyalty that demanded unwavering devotion. Their lives were marked by discipline and sacrifice, living in service without expectation of glory, They were the keepers of the household, the caretakers of traditions, and the silent witnesses to the political intrigues and battles that shaped Japan's history. In the gardens, kitchens, and armories, their stories unfolded away from the battlefield, revealing a world of resilience and dedication. Despite their hidden status, samurai servants were skilled and knowledgeable. They understood the complexities of samurai etiquette, mastered the arts of stealth and discretion, and often played crucial roles in communication and strategy. Some even acted as messengers, spies, or guards, blending seamlessly into the background while influencing the fate of their clans. Yet their lives were not without hardship. The pressure to remain invisible, to suppress personal desires, and to endure the whims of their masters created an existence of constant tension. Their loyalty was tested in times of war and peace alike, as they navigated the delicate balance between obedience and survival. As you envision this world, feel the quiet strength of those who served in silence, whose hands prepared the tools of honor and whose hearts bore the weight of unspoken sacrifice. Their stories remind us that history is not only written by warriors and rulers, but also by those who support, sustain, and endure in the shadows. As the day unfolds in the samurai estate, the lives of the servants are a delicate ballet of precision, duty, and unspoken loyalty. The sun filters through paper shoji screens, casting soft, diffused light upon the polished wooden floors and meticulously maintained gardens. The air carries the subtle scent of incense mingled with fresh blossoms from the bonsai trees, creating an atmosphere both tranquil and charged with purpose. The samurai servants rise early, their routines governed by strict schedules that leave little room for rest or personal time. Each task, from preparing the morning meal to cleaning the armor and weapons, is performed with a practiced grace that reflects years of training and deep respect for their masters. The sound of water flowing through bamboo pipes, the gentle rustling of silk robes, and the quiet clink of metal fill the estate with a rhythm all its own. These servants are more than mere attendants. They are custodians of tradition and guardians of honor. They understand the intricate codes of conduct that govern every interaction within the samurai household, from the proper way to bow to the precise manner of serving tea. Their knowledge extends beyond domestic duties to include martial skills, often training in swordsmanship and strategy to protect their lords and the estate when needed. Despite their essential roles, samurai servants often lived in the margins of society, their identities bound to the status of those they served. Their personal ambitions and desires were subsumed by a life of service, where loyalty meant sacrifice and invisibility. Yet within this quiet existence, bonds of camaraderie and mutual support flourished among the servants, providing solace and strength amid the demands of their positions. The estate itself is a microcosm of feudal Japan's complexities, a place where political alliances are forged and broken, where honor dictates actions, and where the invisible hands of servants shape the course of history. Some servants acted as messengers, carrying secret communications between clans, while others served as spies or scouts, their loyalty extending beyond household walls to the wider conflicts that defined the era. Life as a samurai servant was a paradox, a blend of servitude and agency, invisibility and influence, hardship and honor. The quiet resilience required to navigate this world speaks to a profound inner strength, a testament to those who lived in the shadows yet left an indelible mark on the history they served. As you imagine this day in the life of samurai servants, feel the weight of their commitment and the subtle power they wielded. Their stories invite us to look beyond the armor and swords to the human hearts and hands that sustained the samurai legacy. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the samurai estate in a warm golden light, the hidden lives of the samurai servants continue to unfold in quiet dedication and subtle complexity. The courtyard buzzes softly with activity. Servants move with practiced efficiency, tending to the gardens, polishing armor, and preparing for the day's unfolding demands. The gentle rustle of silk robes blends with the rhythmic sound of sweeping brooms and the soft murmur of whispered conversations, creating a symphony of understated diligence. Imagine the servants' meticulous attention to detail, arranging delicate tea sets with precision, folding garments with exactness, and ensuring every weapon gleams with readiness. These acts, seemingly simple, are imbued with profound respect and an understanding that the smallest tasks support the honour and readiness of their lords. The servants know that their care preserves the dignity of the samurai, enabling them to face battles and political intrigues with confidence. Beyond the physical labour, the samurai servants navigate a world of social nuance and subtle power dynamics. They understand the hierarchy within the household and the broader political landscape, often acting as intermediaries between their lords and other factions. Some serve as trusted confidants, privy to secrets and strategies that shape the course of wars and alliances. Their loyalty is tested constantly, requiring discretion, intelligence, and unwavering resolve. The emotional landscape of these servants is complex. They balance pride in their service with the sacrifices it demands, forsaking personal ambitions, enduring isolation, and accepting a life largely unseen and unacknowledged. Yet, within the close-knit community of servants, bonds of friendship and solidarity offer comfort and strength. Shared stories, whispered prayers, and moments of quiet laughter forge a sense of belonging amid the pressures of their roles. The estate itself is a living organism, its rhythms dictated by tradition, duty, and the ever-present undercurrents of tension and expectation. Festivals and rituals punctuate the calendar, occasions where servants participate in ceremonies that honour ancestors, celebrate victories, and seek blessings for protection and prosperity. These events, rich in symbolism and tradition, reinforce the cultural fabric that binds the samurai world together. As you immerse yourself in this scene, feel the weight and grace of the samurai servants' lives, their silent strength, their unwavering loyalty, and the subtle influence they wielded behind the scenes. Their stories remind us that history is shaped not only by those who wield swords, but also by those whose hands prepare the battlefield, whose hearts endure the unseen battles of service and sacrifice. As the afternoon light softens and filters through the wooden lattices of the samurai estate, the world of the samurai servants reveals layers of quiet complexity and enduring devotion. The estate's gardens, meticulously tended by the servants, burst with colours and fragrances. Cherry blossoms in delicate bloom, the subtle scent of pine mingling with fresh earth, and the gentle trickle of water from a carefully crafted stone fountain. This serene setting masks the tireless labour and intricate social dynamics that shape the lives of those who serve. Imagine the servants moving gracefully through the tatami rooms, their footsteps barely audible as they fulfill a myriad of duties. From the careful arrangement of scrolls and artworks that reflect the cultural sophistication of the household, to the preparation of ceremonial meals that honour ancestral traditions, every task is imbued with reverence and precision. The servants understand that their work supports not only the physical needs of their lords, but also the spiritual and social fabric that upholds samurai honour. Beyond these visible duties lies a hidden world of emotional restraint and subtle influence. Samurai servants are often privy to the private moments of their lords, the anxieties before battle, the quiet reflections after victories, and the intricate negotiations that govern feudal allegiances. Their discretion is paramount, as is their ability to navigate the delicate balance of loyalty and survival in a world where fortunes can change swiftly and without warning. The servants' relationships with one another form a network of support and solidarity. Despite the rigid hierarchy and the demands of their roles, moments of camaraderie and shared humanity emerge. Stories and laughter exchanged during brief respites, the quiet comfort of shared meals, and the mutual respect born of shared sacrifice create a community bound by more than duty. The estate itself is a microcosm of feudal Japan's intricate social order, where every gesture, word, and ritual carries weight. The servants participate in festivals that honour the seasons, the gods, and their ancestors. their involvement a testament to the interwoven nature of service, spirituality, and cultural identity. These ceremonies provide not only continuity but also a sense of purpose and belonging. As you imagine this world, feel the quiet dignity and strength of the samurai servants, their resilience in the face of invisibility, their unwavering loyalty, and the profound ways in which their lives, though hidden from history's spotlight, shaped the legacy of the samurai. Their stories invite us to look beyond the surface and honour the countless individuals whose devotion and labour upheld an entire era. As twilight descends softly over the samurai estate, a quiet transformation unfolds. The warm hues of the setting sun filter through the sliding shoji screens, casting elongated shadows that dance gently across the tatami mats. The air is filled with the delicate fragrance of incense mingling with the earthy scent of the wooden beams and polished floors. This is a moment of respite where the tireless samurai servants find brief solace from their relentless duties, yet their devotion remains unwavering. Imagine the servants gathered in small groups, sharing hushed conversations and subtle smiles, a rare glimpse into their shared humanity amidst a life governed by discipline and duty. These moments are precious, a reminder that beneath the stoic exterior lies a tapestry of emotions, loyalty, hope, fear, and an enduring sense of purpose. The bonds forged in these quiet exchanges offer strength and comfort, binding the servants together as a community, navigating the complexities of feudal life. The evening rituals begin, and the servants move with practiced grace to prepare the samurai household for nightfall. They light lanterns with steady hands, their soft glow illuminating the intricate patterns of the wooden latticework and the serene expressions of ancestral portraits adorning the walls. The preparation of the evening meal is conducted with meticulous care, each dish reflecting not only sustenance but respect for tradition and the spiritual well-being of the household. Yet beneath this surface of order and routine, the samurai servants carry the weight of their hidden lives. They remain ever vigilant, aware of the volatile nature of their world, where alliances shift and honour can be challenged or defended in a moment's notice. Their loyalty demands sacrifices, personal desires set aside, identities often subsumed by the roles they play. Yet in their resilience they find dignity, shaping history in ways seldom recorded but profoundly felt. The estate, cloaked now in the quiet embrace of night, becomes a sanctuary of silent strength and enduring devotion. The stories of these servants, their sacrifices, their silent battles, and their unwavering fidelity, echo softly through the halls, reminding us that the legacy of the samurai is as much about those who served behind the scenes as those who bore the sword. As you envision this tranquil evening, feel the depth of commitment and the subtle power woven into the hidden lives of the samurai servants. Their stories invite us to honour the unseen hands that upheld honour, tradition, and the spirit of an era. As night deepens over the samurai estate, a profound stillness settles across the polished floors and manicured gardens, interrupted only by the soft rustle of bamboo leaves and the distant hoot of a solitary owl. The moon casts a silvery glow, illuminating the delicate blossoms of cherry trees and casting long shadows that dance like silent spectres on the wooden walls. This tranquil nightscape belies the ceaseless dedication of the samurai servants, whose vigilance continues even in the quiet hours. Imagine a lone servant moving silently through the corridors, her footsteps muffled by the tatami mats as she carries out a final inspection, ensuring that every detail meets the rigorous standards of the household. Her eyes, sharp and attentive, scan the rooms for any sign of disorder, her movements graceful and purposeful. In these moments, the weight of responsibility is both a burden and a source of quiet pride, for she knows that the honour of her lord depends as much on her care as on his sword. The servants' lives are intertwined with rituals that honour both the living and the ancestors. In the dim glow of lanterns, offerings are prepared at the household shrine, delicate arrangements of rice, sake, and seasonal fruits placed with reverence. Incense curls upward in fragrant spirals, carrying prayers and gratitude to the spirits that watch over the estate. These acts, though performed in the shadows, reinforce a spiritual connection that sustains the servants and their lords alike. Yet the hidden lives of samurai servants are also marked by sacrifice and restraint. Their personal stories are often left untold, lives lived in service and silence. They bear the emotional toll of navigating a world where loyalty demands suppression of individual desires, and where the line between servant and family is both blurred and rigidly defined. In their steadfastness, they embody a form of quiet heroism, shaping the legacy of the samurai through unseen acts of devotion. The estate, under the blanket of night, becomes a sanctuary of endurance and subtle power. The stories of these servants, their sacrifices, their silent strength, and their unwavering fidelity linger like whispered echoes, reminding us that the grandeur of samurai history is deeply rooted in the lives of those who served behind the scenes. As you envision this serene yet poignant night, feel the depth of commitment and the invisible threads of loyalty that bind the samurai servants to their lords. Their stories invite us to recognize and honor the countless individuals whose devotion and labor upheld an entire era, shaping history in ways both quiet and profound. As the first light of dawn gently filters through the wooden lattices of the samurai estate, a hush falls over the grounds, signalling the beginning of another day steeped in ritual, discipline, and quiet resilience. The garden paths glisten with morning dew, reflecting the soft hues of the rising sun as cherry blossoms flutter gently in the breeze. The servants, already awake, move with practiced grace through the tatami halls and manicured courtyards, their footsteps barely audible in the serene stillness. Imagine the intricate choreography of their morning duties, the precise folding of kimono fabrics, the careful arrangement of tea utensils, and the meticulous cleaning of weapons and armor, each task performed with unwavering focus and reverence. These acts, though seemingly mundane, are infused with profound significance, honoring the code of Bushido and the honor of the samurai they serve. Every gesture is a silent testament to loyalty, discipline, and the unspoken bond between servant and lord. The estate awakens not just with activity, but with an undercurrent of tension and vigilance. News of shifting alliances, impending battles, and political intrigue trickles through the household, carried by trusted servants who navigate a delicate web of loyalty and discretion. Some are messengers, others spies, their roles extending far beyond the walls of the estate into the turbulent world of feudal Japan's power struggles. Within this complex tapestry of service and survival, relationships among the servants offer rare moments of warmth and solidarity. Shared meals, whispered confidences, and quiet laughter provide respite from the demands of their roles, fostering a sense of community that sustains them through hardship and uncertainty. These bonds, forged in shadows and silence, become lifelines in a world defined by hierarchy and expectation. The samurai servants' lives are a study in contrasts: invisibility and influence, servitude and subtle power, hardship and honor. Their stories, often overshadowed by the grand narratives of war and conquest, reveal a rich and nuanced portrait of loyalty, sacrifice, and resilience. As guardians of tradition and keepers of secrets, they shaped history not with swords but with steadfast hearts and unwavering dedication. As you immerse yourself in this morning scene, feel the delicate balance these servants maintain. Between duty and self, visibility and invisibility, past and future. Their quiet strength and enduring loyalty invite us to honor the hidden architects of samurai legacy, whose lives sustained an era and whose stories deserve to be heard. As the afternoon sun begins its gentle descent, casting long, soft shadows across the samurai estate, the atmosphere grows heavy with a contemplative stillness. The gardens, lush and meticulously cared for by the servants, are awash with the warm glow of the fading light, the delicate fragrance of blooming cherry blossoms mingling with the subtle scent of polished wood and incense. The faint rustle of leaves and distant chirping of birds form a serene soundtrack to the tireless devotion unfolding behind the estate's sliding doors. Picture the servants moving through the halls with quiet purpose, their faces serene yet marked by the unspoken weight of their roles. Each gesture is deliberate and precise, a reflection of years of discipline and unwavering commitment. They prepare the household for the evening rituals, arranging tatami mats with care, lighting lanterns that flicker softly against the wooden beams, and setting out trays of delicate tea and modest fare, all while maintaining an air of calm professionalism. Beyond their visible duties, the samurai servants navigate a complex web of relationships and power. They act as silent confidants and intermediaries, privy to secrets that shape the fates of clans and the outcomes of conflicts. Their discretion is paramount, for a misplaced word or a moment of weakness could unravel the delicate balance of honour and loyalty that governs their world. Some serve as trusted messengers or spies, their influence subtle but significant, weaving through the political tapestry with a blend of caution and courage. Emotionally, the lives of these servants are a study in restraint and resilience. Personal desires and ambitions are often sacrificed at the altar of duty, and the pressures of their invisible existence demand a profound inner strength. Yet, within this realm of discipline, moments of warmth and solidarity emerge. Shared stories by firelight, the quiet exchange of smiles during fleeting breaks, and the collective endurance in the face of uncertainty, forge bonds that transcend rank and duty. The estate itself is a microcosm of feudal Japan's social order, a place where tradition, honour and service intertwine seamlessly. Festivals and ceremonies punctuate the calendar, offering the servants opportunities to participate in rituals that honour their ancestors and affirm their place within this intricate hierarchy. These communal experiences, rich in symbolism and meaning, provide a vital source of identity and spiritual sustenance. As you envision this late afternoon scene, feel the profound dedication and subtle power that define the lives of the samurai servants. Their stories, often hidden in the shadows of history, reveal a legacy of unwavering loyalty, quiet sacrifice, and the enduring spirit of service that upheld an era. As dusk settles gently over the samurai estate, the fading light casts a soft, amber glow over the polished wooden floors and tranquil gardens. The air is cool and carries the delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, mingling with the faint smoke of incense drifting from the household shrine. In this quiet hour, the samurai servants engage in their evening rituals, moments that blend solemn duty with intimate reflection. Imagine the servants gathered near the family altar, their faces serene and contemplative as they arrange offerings of rice, sake, and fresh blossoms with meticulous care. Soft chants rise in the stillness, prayers whispered to honour ancestors and seek protection for the household. These rituals, though private and humble, hold immense significance, reinforcing the bonds between the living and the spiritual realm. The evening also brings moments of personal solitude for the servants, a brief respite from the unrelenting demands of their roles. In the solitude of their quarters, they may reflect on the sacrifices made, the loved ones left behind, and the delicate balance between loyalty and self-preservation. The weight of invisibility, the constant vigilance required, and the suppression of personal desires shape their inner worlds in profound ways. Despite the challenges, the servants' resilience shines through in their unwavering commitment and the deep sense of purpose that guides them. Their lives, though hidden from history's grand narratives, are rich with courage, endurance, and quiet influence. They are the steadfast foundation upon which the samurai legacy rests, embodying the virtues of honour, loyalty, and sacrifice in every action. As night deepens and stars begin to twinkle above, the samurai estate sleeps under a blanket of peace, held steady by the unseen hands and hearts of those who serve in silence. Their stories, whispered through the corridors of time, remind us that true strength often lies in quiet dedication, and that history is shaped not only by warriors, but also by those who stand faithfully beside them. As the first light of dawn gently breaks over the samurai estate, a serene hush settles across the polished floors and meticulously maintained gardens. The soft glow of morning sunlight filters through the shoji screens, casting delicate patterns of light and shadow that dance quietly upon the tatami mats. The air carries the faint scent of cherry blossoms and fresh earth, mingling with the subtle aroma of sandalwood incense still lingering from the previous night's rituals. Imagine the servants stirring quietly from their slumber, their movements slow and deliberate as they prepare for the day ahead. Each action is imbued with centuries of tradition and a deep sense of purpose. The careful folding of garments, the gentle sweeping of courtyards, and the meticulous polishing of armour and weapons that symbolize the honour and strength of their lords. Their dedication is unwavering, a testament to a life lived in service and silent resilience. The samurai servants' world is one of contrasts. The visible grandeur of the samurai warriors and their ornate estates juxtaposed with the unseen labour and quiet sacrifices of those who sustain them. Their influence, though subtle, shapes the rhythms of daily life and the course of history itself. From the preparation of strategic messages to the stewardship of sacred spaces, their roles are vital threads woven into the tapestry of feudal Japan. Emotionally, their lives are a delicate balance of loyalty, sacrifice, and hope. They navigate a world where personal desires are often suppressed in favour of duty. Yet their inner strength shines through in moments of quiet reflection and camaraderie. The bonds formed among servants provide comfort and solidarity, creating a community bound by shared experience and unwavering commitment. As the estate awakens to a new day, the legacy of the samurai servants endures. A legacy not written in the pages of history books, but etched into the very fabric of the culture they served. Their stories, though often hidden, remind us that the spirit of an era is carried not only by those who wield swords, but also by those who uphold honour through service, sacrifice, and steadfast devotion. Now let's explore a fascinating new story. Forgotten languages of ancient civilizations. These lost tongues hold the keys to mysteries, culture, and knowledge long buried in the sands of time. Let's uncover the whispers of the past together. Across the vast tapestry of human history, languages have served as the threads weaving together culture, identity, and knowledge. Yet many ancient tongues have slipped quietly into silence, their voices lost beneath layers of time, conquest, and change. These forgotten languages, once vibrant vessels of communication and expression, hold secrets that could unlock the mysteries of civilizations long vanished. Imagine standing in the shadow of crumbling stone ruins, where faded inscriptions hint at stories told centuries ago. Words carved into temple walls, etched on clay tablets, and woven into the fabric of ancient manuscripts. The air is thick with the scent of aged parchment and sun-warmed stone, carrying the weight of countless generations who spoke, sang, and dreamed in languages now lost to us. These tongues were more than mere tools of communication. They were repositories of worldview, philosophy, and culture. Each syllable carried meanings shaped by unique histories, environments, and beliefs. From the complex glyphs of ancient scripts to the lyrical rhythms of oral traditions, forgotten languages reveal the rich diversity of human thought and creativity. Yet, the loss of these languages is also a profound silence, a disappearance that leaves gaps in our understanding of history and human experience. Some vanished through the devastation of war and conquest. Others faded as new tongues rose to dominance, while many disappeared quietly as communities assimilated or perished. As you envision these lost languages, picture scholars and explorers painstakingly piecing together fragments, deciphering symbols, reconstructing grammar, and breathing life back into silent words. Their work is a race against time, a quest to reconnect with voices that once resonated through bustling marketplaces, sacred rituals, and everyday life. This journey into forgotten languages invites us to reflect on the fragility and resilience of human culture, the power of words to shape reality, and the enduring quest to understand our shared past. As the quest to uncover the forgotten languages of ancient civilizations unfolds, the journey often begins deep within the hidden chambers of history. Dusty libraries, crumbling ruins, and archaeological sites scattered across the globe. The air here is heavy with the scent of aged papyrus, leather-bound manuscripts, and the faint musk of earth disturbed by centuries of excavation. Each fragment discovered, whether a shard of pottery inscribed with mysterious symbols or a weathered scroll written in an unfamiliar script, offers a tantalizing glimpse into worlds long past. Imagine the painstaking work of linguists and archaeologists as they piece together these remnants, meticulously comparing symbols and sounds, tracing the evolution of alphabets, and reconstructing the rules of languages that have lain silent for millennia. This detective work requires not only profound expertise but also imagination, an ability to hear the echoes of voices lost in time and to glimpse the cultural landscapes from which they sprang. These forgotten languages often belong to civilizations that shaped human history in profound ways. Consider the ancient Sumerians, whose cuneiform script etched onto clay tablets reveals some of the earliest records of human civilization, stories, laws, and transactions that illuminate the dawn of urban life. Or the Maya hieroglyphs, vibrant and complex, which encoded knowledge of astronomy, mythology, and governance, reflecting a society deeply attuned to the cosmos. Yet many languages remain stubbornly elusive. Some are recorded only in fragmentary inscriptions, others survive solely through oral traditions that have faded as generations pass. The disappearance of a language means more than the loss of words. It erases entire ways of seeing the world, unique metaphors and cultural expressions that shape human identity. As you imagine this quest, picture scholars working late into the night, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns or computer screens as they decode patterns and unlock meanings. Their discoveries revive voices once silenced, allowing us to hear ancient stories, philosophies, and songs that enrich our understanding of humanity's vast and varied heritage. This endeavour reminds us of the fragile beauty of language and the profound connection it forges between past and present, inviting us to cherish and preserve the diverse voices that continue to shape our world. As we delve deeper into the enigmatic world of forgotten languages, we find ourselves traversing continents and epochs, uncovering the diverse ways in which ancient peoples communicated, recorded, and expressed their realities. These languages, whether carved into stone, written on fragile papyrus, or spoken in ceremonial chants, reveal a tapestry of human creativity and adaptation. Imagine wandering through the arid deserts of Egypt, where hieroglyphs adorn temple walls, tombs, and monuments, vibrant symbols imbued with spiritual significance and intricate meanings. Each glyph is a piece of a vast puzzle, telling stories of gods, pharaohs, and the eternal journey of the soul. The painstaking decipherment of these symbols by modern scholars has opened a window into one of history's most fascinating civilizations, revealing insights into their religion, governance, and daily life. Travelling westward, consider the enigmatic scripts of the Indus Valley civilization, where seals bearing mysterious symbols suggest a language that remains undeciphered despite decades of study. These signs, etched into tiny artifacts, hint at a sophisticated urban culture, yet the silence of the script keeps many of their stories hidden, evoking both curiosity and frustration in the scholarly community. In the dense jungles of Central America, the Mayas' intricate hieroglyphic writing system combines logograms and phonetic symbols, capturing the complexities of their calendar, mythology, and royal lineages. The resurgence of interest and breakthroughs in deciphering Maya script have illuminated their rich cultural tapestry, highlighting the resilience of a civilization that once thrived in harmony with its environment. The loss and rediscovery of these languages are deeply intertwined with the history of conquest, colonization, and cultural transformation. As empires rose and fell, as peoples were displaced or assimilated, languages were lost or transformed, often carried away on the tides of power and change. Yet, within this loss lies a story of survival and revival, as communities and scholars strive to reclaim and revitalize ancient tongues. As you envision these forgotten languages, feel the weight of history and the spark of discovery, the thrill of unlocking a symbol's meaning, the poignancy of hearing a language spoken again after centuries of silence. These languages connect us to our ancestors' thoughts, dreams, and wisdom, enriching our shared human story and reminding us of the power of words to transcend time. As the search for understanding forgotten languages continues, we find ourselves drawn to the silent ruins scattered across continents, where ancient inscriptions whisper tales of civilizations that once flourished but have since faded into obscurity. The air around these sites is heavy with history. The faint scent of dust and stone mingles with the warm sun filtering through cracked walls and weathered columns, evoking a sense of reverence and mystery. Imagine stepping into a forgotten temple deep within the Mediterranean, where faded inscriptions etched into marble tablets hint at the voices of peoples long gone. Each symbol, carved with painstaking precision, reveals fragments of religious texts, legal codes, or poetic verses, windows into a worldview shaped by gods, heroes, and mortal struggles. The languages that carried these words have fallen silent, yet their echoes resonate through time, challenging scholars to piece together their meanings. In remote valleys of Asia, ancient manuscripts written on delicate bamboo strips or fragile silk scrolls tell stories of dynasties, philosophies, and everyday life. The script may appear intricate and indecipherable to the untrained eye, but for linguists and historians, it represents a key to unlocking cultural heritage and identity. The preservation of these texts is a race against time, as exposure to elements threatens to erase these precious links to the past. The loss of languages is often entwined with the upheavals of history, invasions, migrations, and the rise and fall of empires. When dominant cultures impose their tongues, minority languages risk extinction, taking with them unique perspectives and knowledge. Yet, the remnants of these lost languages persist in place names, folklore, and the subtle influences on modern tongues bearing silent testimony to their enduring presence. As you imagine this world of forgotten languages, feel the poignancy of voices lost and found, the excitement of discovery, and the deep respect for those who strive to preserve and revive these ancient expressions. Each deciphered symbol and reconstructed phrase bridges the chasm of time, connecting us to the minds and hearts of our ancestors and enriching the tapestry of human history. As the sun sets over the ancient sites scattered across the world, the air cools and shadows lengthen, casting a contemplative mood over the ruins where forgotten languages once thrived. The soft whisper of the wind, through crumbling arches and stone pillars, seems to carry faint echoes of voices long silenced. Merchants bargaining in lost tongues, priests chanting sacred hymns, and scholars debating philosophy in scripts now indecipherable. Imagine standing before a fragmented tablet inscribed with symbols whose meanings have slipped beyond memory. Each carved mark is a silent testament to human ingenuity and creativity, yet also a haunting reminder of the fragility of cultural heritage. The loss of language is a loss of identity, a severing of the threads that connect us to our ancestors' thoughts, beliefs, and experiences. Yet, amidst this loss, there is also hope and resilience. Efforts to decode and revive forgotten languages continue to grow, fueled by advances in technology and a renewed appreciation for linguistic diversity. Digital reconstructions, artificial intelligence, and collaborative international research bring new life to ancient scripts, enabling us to glimpse worlds once thought lost forever. Consider the impact of these linguistic rediscoveries. unlocking texts that reveal lost histories, philosophical insights, and cultural nuances that reshape our understanding of human civilization. The revival of languages, such as Hebrew, once nearly extinct, inspires communities and scholars alike, reminding us of language's power to heal, connect, and sustain identity across generations. As you envision this twilight scene, feel the weight of history and the spark of renewal intertwining. The story of forgotten languages is not merely one of disappearance, but also of rediscovery, preservation, and the enduring human desire to remember and be remembered. In the quiet solitude of a scholar's study, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, and surrounded by towering shelves of ancient tomes and fragile manuscripts, the painstaking work of decoding forgotten languages unfolds. The air is tinged with the scent of aged parchment and ink, mingling with the faint aroma of sandalwood incense. Each symbol meticulously traced, each phrase carefully translated, brings the silent voices of antiquity slowly back to life. Imagine the thrill of discovery as scholars unlock the secrets of a script once thought indecipherable. Patterns emerge, meanings crystallize, and the past begins to speak. These languages, once lost beneath the weight of centuries, open portals to ancient worlds, revealing stories of love and loss, governance and rebellion, art and spirituality. Through them, we glimpse the complexities of civilizations that shape the foundations of human culture. Yet this work is fraught with challenges. Many ancient scripts are incomplete or damaged, their meanings obscured by time and erosion. Cultural context is often missing, requiring scholars to weave together clues from archaeology, history, and comparative linguistics. Each breakthrough is hard-won, a triumph of human perseverance and intellect against the silence of the ages. As you envision this world of discovery, feel the deep connection forged across time, a bridge linking modern minds to ancient hearts. The revival of forgotten languages is more than an academic pursuit. It is a reclaiming of human heritage, a celebration of diversity, and a testament to our enduring quest to understand who we are and where we come from. In the delicate balance between loss and rediscovery lies a profound lesson. Language is both fragile and resilient, a living thread that weaves together generations, cultures, and stories. The forgotten languages of ancient civilizations, once silenced, now speak again, inviting us to listen, learn, and remember. As twilight descends softly upon the quiet halls of ancient libraries and the scattered ruins where forgotten scripts once flourished, a palpable sense of reverence fills the air. The fading light casts long shadows across the worn pages of manuscripts and the moss-covered stones inscribed with mysterious symbols. These remnants, silent yet potent, whisper of civilizations whose voices were once vibrant, now echo faintly through the corridors of time. Imagine the scholars who dedicate their lives to unearthing these linguistic treasures. Their eyes scanning intricate patterns, their fingers tracing faded characters with both awe and determination. Each discovery is a bridge to the past, revealing not only words but the philosophies, beliefs, and daily lives of people long gone. The languages tell stories of empires risen and fallen, of gods worshipped, and of the intimate human experiences that transcend time. The revival of these languages is a collaborative dance between disciplines: linguistics, archaeology, history, and even technology. Advanced imaging techniques unveil hidden texts, computational linguistics reconstructs grammatical structures, and comparative studies link ancient scripts to living languages. This multidisciplinary effort breathes life into silence, transforming fragments into narratives that enrich our understanding of humanity's diverse heritage. Yet, the journey is also a poignant reminder of loss. Languages that vanish due to conquest, cultural assimilation, or simple neglect, taking with them unique worldviews and expressions. The fragility of language underscores the urgency of preservation efforts. inspiring movements to document endangered tongues and celebrate linguistic diversity as a vital component of cultural identity. As you immerse yourself in this twilight realm of forgotten languages, feel the weight of history and the light of discovery intertwined. These ancient tongues, once lost, now resonate anew, inviting us to listen deeply, to honour the voices of our ancestors, and to embrace the rich tapestry of human expression that connects us across millennia. As night blankets the world in its velvet embrace, the ancient ruins and forgotten libraries where the echoes of lost languages linger fall into a profound stillness. The moon casts a gentle silver light upon cracked tablets and fragile manuscripts, illuminating faded glyphs and delicate calligraphy that bear witness to voices silenced by time. In this tranquil darkness, the silent stories of forgotten civilizations await rediscovery, their secrets preserved in the quiet dignity of the night. Imagine the scholars working tirelessly beneath the soft glow of lanterns, their faces illuminated by flickering flames as they pore over ancient texts and inscriptions. The air is thick with the scent of aged parchment and beeswax candles, creating an atmosphere charged with reverence and anticipation. Each deciphered symbol brings a wave of excitement and wonder, a step closer to bridging the chasm between past and present, unravelling the mysteries encoded in forgotten tongues. These languages, once the lifeblood of thriving societies, embody the complexity and diversity of human thought. They capture not only the mechanics of communication, but also the essence of cultural identity, spirituality, and philosophy. As scholars reconstruct their grammar, vocabulary, and syntax, they unlock access to ancient myths, legal codes, scientific knowledge, and literary masterpieces, enriching our collective understanding of human civilization. Yet this endeavour is also a meditation on impermanence. The fragility of these texts, vulnerable to decay, destruction, and neglect, mirrors the fleeting nature of human existence. The loss of a language signifies more than forgotten words. It represents a lost perspective, a vanished worldview, and the erosion of cultural richness. This realization fuels the urgency to preserve and revive endangered languages today, honouring the legacy of those who came before. As you contemplate this scene, feel the profound connection that language fosters across time and space, a bridge uniting humanity's past, present, and future. The forgotten languages of ancient civilizations, once shrouded in silence, now resonate anew, inviting us to listen, learn, and celebrate the enduring power of human expression. As dawn's first light breaks over the landscape of ancient ruins and forgotten cities, it casts a gentle glow that illuminates the weathered stones and faded inscriptions, remnants of languages once spoken with passion, reverence, and everyday life. The air is fresh and crisp, carrying the subtle scent of earth and morning dew, while the soft chirping of birds and distant flowing water create a peaceful yet poignant soundtrack to a world awakening from centuries of silence. Imagine walking among the vestiges of civilizations long past, where fragments of inscriptions carved into temple walls or etched on worn tablets offer tantalizing clues to stories untold. Each symbol, curve, and mark holds a piece of history, laws that governed ancient peoples, hymns sung to gods, tales of heroes and common folk alike. Though their tongues are no longer heard, these languages whisper across time, inviting us to listen closely. The task of reviving these forgotten languages is monumental. Scholars face challenges of deciphering incomplete scripts, interpreting cultural contexts lost to time, and bridging linguistic gaps between ancient and modern understanding. Yet, through perseverance and innovation, combining traditional scholarship with cutting-edge technology, they gradually reconstruct words, meanings, and sounds, breathing life into silenced voices. These efforts reveal the richness of human diversity and the profound ways language shapes our worldview. From the administrative texts of early city-states to the poetic verses inscribed on monuments, forgotten languages open windows into human thought, societal organisation, spiritual belief, and artistic expression. They remind us that language is not merely a tool for communication, but a vessel of identity and memory. As you imagine this awakening world, feel the weight of rediscovery, the blend of excitement, reverence, and responsibility that accompanies the return of lost voices. The story of forgotten languages is a testament to humanity's enduring curiosity and the timeless desire to connect with our ancestors, understand our origins, and preserve the myriad threads that weave our shared history. As the sun begins to set over the archaeological sites scattered across the globe, a warm, golden light bathes the ancient stones and faded inscriptions that once bore the vibrant voices of long-lost civilizations. The air is filled with the earthy scent of dry soil, mingled with the faint aroma of aged parchment and worn leather-bound manuscripts resting quietly in forgotten archives. In this serene twilight, the stories encoded in forgotten languages linger like gentle echoes, inviting reflection and reverence. Imagine scholars poring over these relics with a mix of awe and determination, their hands carefully turning fragile pages and their eyes tracing the delicate curves of unfamiliar scripts. Each breakthrough, each deciphered symbol, is a triumph of human curiosity and perseverance, a rekindling of voices thought lost to the inexorable march of time. These moments of revelation open doorways to understanding ancient philosophies, governance, culture, and the everyday lives of people whose words were nearly erased. The journey through forgotten languages is also a profound meditation on the nature of memory, loss, and resilience. These languages are not just artifacts, they are living legacies that connect us to the human experience in all its complexity and beauty. The preservation and revival of such languages enrich our collective identity and inspire a deeper appreciation for linguistic and cultural diversity. As twilight deepens and stars begin to twinkle above, the ancient scripts rest in quiet dignity, their stories preserved for future generations eager to listen and learn. The forgotten languages of ancient civilizations, once silent, now resonate with renewed life, reminding us that through the dedication of scholars and the passion of humanity, even the faintest whispers of the past can be heard once more. Now let's journey beneath the surface to explore a captivating story: the underground rivers of ancient Rome. Hidden beneath the bustling streets and grand forums, these secret waterways carried life, mystery, and engineering marvels of a civilization that shaped history. Let's dive into the depths and uncover their secrets together. Beneath the sun-drenched marble temples, bustling forums, and vibrant streets of ancient Rome, a hidden world flowed silently. The underground rivers that carried the lifeblood of the city long before modern sewers and aqueducts transformed urban life. These subterranean waterways, cloaked in shadow and mystery, were both natural marvels and feats of engineering that shaped the daily rhythms, health, and growth of one of history's greatest civilizations. Imagine standing at the edge of the Tiber River as it winds its way through the city's heart, its waters shimmering under the Roman sun, while below, lesser-known streams and underground currents snake through tunnels carved by nature and human hands alike. The air is thick with the scent of wet stone and earth, mingled with distant echoes of footsteps and the faint drip of water. This hidden network was a secret city beneath the city, dark, damp, and vital. These underground rivers were essential in draining swamps, flushing waste, and supplying water to baths, fountains, and homes. They provided a foundation for the elaborate Roman sewage system that would become a marvel of the ancient world. Ingenious engineers harnessed these natural flows, channeling them through cloacae, massive stone drains, to maintain the city's health and prevent flooding. The Cloaca Maxima, one of the earliest sewage systems, stands as a testament to Rome's commitment to urban planning and public sanitation. But these waterways were not merely functional. They held symbolic and spiritual significance, intertwined with the myths and daily lives of Romans. Rivers were seen as gods and living entities, their hidden courses inspiring awe and reverence. Beneath the city's grandeur, the underground rivers carried both the refuse and the life force of Rome, reflecting the complex interplay of nature, human ingenuity, and culture. As you envision this hidden world, picture the darkness broken only by flickering torches, the sound of flowing water echoing off stone walls, and workers tending to the tunnels, maintaining the veins that sustained the ancient metropolis. These rivers bore witness to Rome's triumphs and tribulations, its vibrant public life, and its inevitable decay. As morning light filters through the bustling city above, the hidden waterways beneath ancient Rome continue their silent journey, a vast network of underground rivers and channels weaving through the city's foundation. The air below is cool and damp, heavy with the scent of moist stone and flowing water, a stark contrast to the sunlit marble and vibrant markets overhead. This subterranean world, though out of sight, was integral to the city's survival and daily life, a complex system that balanced nature and engineering with remarkable precision. Imagine descending a narrow stone staircase into the depths, where the walls glisten with moisture, and the steady sound of rushing water fills the cavernous tunnels. Roman workers, cloaked in simple tunics and wielding torches, navigate these shadowed passages, tending to the flow, clearing debris, and maintaining the delicate balance that prevented floods and disease. Their labour was unheralded yet vital, a testament to the unseen hands that kept Rome thriving. The underground rivers intertwined with the Cloaca Maxima, one of the world's earliest and most impressive sewage systems, which channeled waste and stormwater away from the city into the Tiber. This engineering marvel not only improved public health, but also reflected Rome's sophisticated understanding of urban planning and infrastructure. It enabled the city to expand, supported bustling public baths, and kept streets from flooding, all while harnessing the natural waterways below. Yet these rivers were not merely practical, they were woven into the spiritual and cultural fabric of Rome. Ancient Romans revered rivers as divine entities, and the underground waters were no exception. They were believed to be inhabited by spirits and gods, mysterious forces that demanded respect. Rituals and offerings were made to appease these subterranean powers, blending practicality with belief in a harmonious balance between humans and nature. Picture the contrast between the lively city above, with its senators debating in the forum, merchants haggling in markets, and citizens gathering at grand baths, and the quiet, flowing rivers below, carrying the city's waste and water alike, hidden from sight but essential to life. These rivers bore witness to the grandeur and grit of Rome, silently supporting the city through its rise and eventual fall. As you imagine this subterranean world, feel the pulse of ancient Rome coursing beneath your feet, a reminder that even the mightiest civilizations depend on hidden, humble forces to sustain them. The underground rivers of Rome tell a story of ingenuity, survival, and the profound connection between nature and human endeavour. As the day unfolds above ground with the lively bustle of ancient Rome, the clatter of horse-drawn carts, the distant murmur of senators debating in the forum, and the vibrant calls of street vendors, beneath the city lies a hidden world where the underground rivers flow with steadfast purpose. Descending into this subterranean labyrinth, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The air grows cooler and heavier, filled with the earthy scent of damp stone and flowing water. Light fades to shadows cast by flickering torches, illuminating ancient stone walls carved and shaped by hands long gone, bearing the marks of centuries of water's persistent passage. Imagine walking alongside the dark, winding channels where these underground rivers course, their waters clear in some stretches, murky in others, carrying with them the remnants of the city's daily life. Here, the engineers of ancient Rome harnessed natural streams and constructed elaborate conduits, blending nature's flow with human ingenuity. They built vaulted ceilings of stone and brick, arching over the waterways, allowing safe passage for workers and creating a framework that has endured millennia. These rivers were essential arteries for the city, channeling rainwater and waste away from densely populated areas, a vital function in a metropolis home to over 1 million inhabitants at its peak. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's grand sewer system, was fed by these underground rivers, draining into the Tiber and preventing the spread of disease and the devastation of floods. This ancient engineering marvel demonstrated Rome's unparalleled commitment to public health and urban planning. But beyond their practical role, these subterranean waters held symbolic meaning. The Romans viewed rivers as divine, spirits imbued with life-giving power. The underground rivers were no different, considered sacred, mysterious forces that required reverence and ritual. Offerings and prayers were made to placate these unseen waters, a reflection of the intertwining of faith and functionality in Roman life. Picture the contrast between the vibrant city life above, where citizens gathered in grand baths, celebrated festivals, and conducted commerce, and the quiet, relentless flow below, invisible yet indispensable. The underground rivers carried both the refuse and renewal of Rome, embodying the cycle of life and decay, order and chaos. They remind us that beneath every great civilization lies a hidden network of unseen forces sustaining its greatness. As you immerse yourself in this shadowed realm, feel the weight of history flowing beneath your feet, a testament to human ingenuity, respect for nature, and the delicate balance required to build and maintain an empire. The underground rivers of ancient Rome tell a story not only of engineering, but also of the deep, often unseen connections that sustain life and civilization. As twilight descends upon ancient Rome, the bustling city above gradually settles into a quieter rhythm, while beneath the surface, the underground rivers continue their tireless journey through the labyrinthine tunnels and stone channels. The air in these subterranean passages is cool and thick with the scent of moist earth and ancient stone, echoing faintly with the distant dripping of water and the soft rustling of unseen creatures. Shadows play against the vaulted ceilings, illuminated sporadically by flickering torches held by maintenance workers tasked with preserving these vital waterways. Imagine yourself descending into this hidden world, a place where time seems to slow, and the weight of centuries presses softly against the walls. The architecture reveals Roman mastery, precisely cut stones forming arches that withstand the constant flow of water, and intricately designed channels directing currents with calculated precision. Here, nature and engineering meld seamlessly, a testament to Rome's dedication to infrastructure and urban health. The underground rivers were not only conduits for water and waste, but also conduits of life for the city's inhabitants. They fed public baths, fountains, and latrines, all essential for the social and hygienic fabric of Roman society. Imagine the relief and gratitude of citizens drawing cool, flowing water to quench their thirst or cleanse their bodies, unaware of the complex system working tirelessly beneath their feet. Yet the maintenance of these rivers required constant vigilance. Workers, often slaves or labourers, braved the damp, dark tunnels to clear blockages, repair damage, and ensure the smooth passage of water. Their labour was essential, yet invisible to the grand narratives of Roman glory, reflecting the often unacknowledged human effort behind monumental achievements. Beyond the practical, the underground rivers held spiritual significance. Romans revered water as sacred, associating rivers with deities and natural spirits. The Cloaca Maxima itself was believed to be guarded by divine forces, its waters purifying the city and carrying away impurity, both physical and symbolic. Rituals and offerings to these subterranean spirits underscored the intertwining of religion and engineering in Roman life. As you envision this twilight scene, feel the interplay of light and shadow, sound and silence, life above and mystery below. The underground rivers of ancient Rome embody a profound connection between humanity and nature, a hidden lifeline sustaining an empire's grandeur and complexity. They remind us that beneath the surface of history lies a network of unseen forces and tireless labour that make civilization possible. As night fully envelops the city of ancient Rome, a profound stillness descends over the streets above, yet beneath the surface, the underground rivers pulse with quiet life. The cool dampness of the subterranean tunnels contrasts sharply with the warm air of the bustling metropolis, a hidden world where stone arches rise majestically over flowing waters, illuminated sporadically by the flickering flames of torches carried by vigilant workers. Imagine the tireless labour of those who tended these waterways, slaves, engineers and labourers, who braved the darkness to clear debris, repair stonework, and maintain the delicate balance that kept Rome's water flowing freely and its streets free from flooding and disease. Their work was uncelebrated, yet vital, ensuring the health and longevity of a city that stood as the heart of an empire. The underground rivers carried not only water, but also the refuse and secrets of a complex urban life. As waters coursed through the cloacae, they bore away waste from homes, public baths and markets, symbolising a purification process, both physical and spiritual. The Romans understood this flow as essential to the city's vitality, a metaphor for renewal and cleansing woven into their very conception of urban life. Yet these waterways also posed dangers. Flooding could devastate neighbourhoods, blockages could spread disease. The maintenance of the underground rivers was a continuous struggle against nature's forces, requiring ingenuity, discipline and resilience. The very survival of the city depended on these hidden currents and the hands that managed them. Beyond the practical and perilous, the underground rivers inspired awe and reverence. They were considered sacred spaces, inhabited by spirits and gods who governed water's life-giving and destructive powers. Rituals to honour these deities were performed to ensure protection and favour, reflecting the deep connection between the Romans' spiritual beliefs and their urban engineering. As you immerse yourself in this nocturnal world, feel the convergence of shadow and light, human effort and natural force, history and mystery. The underground rivers of ancient Rome are more than mere infrastructure. They are living veins of a civilization that thrived by mastering the interplay of nature and human innovation. Their story is one of endurance, ingenuity, and the unseen foundations upon which empire was built. As the first light of dawn begins to filter through the narrow streets of ancient Rome, the city awakens once more. But beneath its marble and stone, the underground rivers continue their ceaseless flow, weaving a silent story through the heart of the metropolis. The air in these subterranean chambers is cool and moist, carrying the faint scent of wet stone and ancient earth, a stark contrast to the vibrant life above. Here, in the quiet shadows, the legacy of Roman engineering and the rhythms of urban life converge in a hidden world. Imagine the intricate network of channels and tunnels, some natural waterways adapted and expanded by human hands, others carefully constructed from stone and brick, designed to guide and control the flow of water through the city's complex topography. The vaulted ceilings rise overhead, their arches bearing the marks of centuries, while the waters below ripple and rush with an unseen vitality, nourishing and cleansing in equal measure. The importance of these underground rivers cannot be overstated. They served as the veins of the city, carrying fresh water to public baths, fountains, and private homes, while simultaneously transporting waste and storm runoff away from crowded streets and neighbourhoods. This delicate balance maintained public health, prevented the spread of disease, and allowed Rome to flourish as a sprawling urban centre, a beacon of civilization in the ancient world. But these waterways were more than mere infrastructure. They were embedded in the cultural and spiritual life of Rome. The waters that flowed beneath the city were often personified as gods or spirits, revered and feared in equal measure. Rituals and offerings sought to appease these forces, blending the practical with the mystical in a unique expression of Roman worldview. The Cloaca Maxima itself was said to be under the protection of divine powers, a sacred artery that both connected and purified the city. Maintenance of the underground rivers was a constant and arduous task. Slaves, engineers, and labourers ventured into the depths to clear blockages, repair damage from floods or wear, and ensure the continuous flow necessary for the city's survival. Their work was perilous and uncelebrated, yet indispensable. These hidden workers embodied the resilience and ingenuity that sustained Rome through centuries of growth and change. As you descend into this subterranean world, feel the interplay of water and stone, light and shadow, human effort and natural force. The underground rivers of ancient Rome are a testament to the complexity of urban life and the enduring spirit of a civilization that mastered the art of living in harmony with its environment. Their story is etched not only in history, but in the very waters that still course beneath the eternal city. As the sun dips low on the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sprawling city of ancient Rome, the bustling life above slowly begins to quiet. Yet beneath the streets, the underground rivers continue their eternal journey, weaving through a labyrinth of stone channels and vaulted passages that have witnessed centuries of history. The air here is thick with the scent of damp earth and aged stone, mingling with the faint whisper of flowing water, a symphony of nature and human ingenuity intertwined in a hidden world. Imagine walking through these shadowed tunnels, where flickering torchlight reveals intricate carvings and the masterful architecture that has allowed these waterways to endure. The vaulted ceilings rise high above, supported by arches crafted from carefully cut stone, designed to withstand the relentless passage of water and time. Every surface tells a story of the hands that built them, the engineers who designed them, and the countless workers who maintained this vital network. These underground rivers were not mere conduits of water, but lifelines sustaining the vast urban fabric of Rome. They brought fresh water to public baths where citizens gathered to cleanse and socialise, to ornate fountains that adorned forums and villas, and to homes of senators and common folk alike. Simultaneously, they carried away the city's waste and storm runoff, preventing flooding and preserving public health in a metropolis that housed over 1 million souls. But life beneath the city was not only practical, it was infused with spiritual significance. Romans revered rivers and waterways as sacred entities, and the subterranean currents were no exception. These waters were believed to be inhabited by deities and spirits who demanded respect and offerings. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's grand sewer, was said to be protected by divine guardians, and rituals ensured the continued favour of these powerful forces. This blending of engineering and faith exemplified the Roman approach to harmonising human achievement with the natural and supernatural world. Maintenance of this intricate system was a continuous and perilous endeavour. Labourers, often slaves or specialised workers, ventured into the dark, damp tunnels, wielding tools to clear blockages, repair damage, and keep the waters flowing smoothly. Their efforts were essential, yet largely invisible to the citizens above, a testament to the unsung heroes whose work underpinned the city's grandeur and health. As you immerse yourself in this subterranean realm, sense the timeless flow of water as a metaphor for Rome itself, enduring, adapting, and sustaining life through the ages. The underground rivers of ancient Rome are silent witnesses to the city's rise and fall, embodiments of a civilization's mastery over nature, and reminders of the hidden depths that sustain even the mightiest of empires. As the deepening twilight cloaks ancient Rome in a soft, dusky veil, the city's surface calm contrasts starkly with the bustling, relentless life coursing beneath its streets. Below, the underground rivers flow tirelessly, winding through a maze of vaulted stone tunnels and hidden channels, a secret network that pulses like the very heartbeat of the eternal city. The air is thick with the cool dampness of earth and stone, carrying a medley of scents, the mineral tang of water, the faint musk of moss, and the lingering echoes of centuries past. Imagine moving silently alongside these ancient waters, your footsteps muffled by centuries of accumulated sediment and the soft splash of water against stone. The walls are a mosaic of time, marked with the wear of flowing currents and the hands of countless workers who carved, maintained, and revered this subterranean world. Intricate patterns and Latin inscriptions decorate certain sections, remnants of dedications and warnings from a civilization that understood both the power and the peril of water. These rivers were arteries of life and conduits of death, carrying fresh, life-sustaining water to fountains, baths, and homes, while also whisking away refuse and sewage to safeguard the health of millions above. The Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer of Rome, stands as a marvel of ancient engineering, fed by these underground streams, demonstrating an unparalleled commitment to urban hygiene and public welfare. It was this sophisticated system that allowed Rome to flourish as a vast metropolis, setting a standard for city planning that resonates even in modern times. Yet the subterranean rivers were more than infrastructure. They were imbued with spiritual significance. Romans viewed rivers as living deities, embodiments of nature's life-giving forces. The underground waterways were no exception, believed to be guarded by spirits and gods who demanded respect and offerings. Rituals, ceremonies, and myths wove around these hidden waters, merging engineering with reverence and imbuing the city's foundations with sacred purpose. Maintaining these channels was a Herculean task, entrusted to labourers who braved darkness, dampness, and decay. Slaves and skilled workers navigated treacherous passages, clearing blockages, repairing collapsed sections, and ensuring the delicate balance of flow was sustained. Their hands, unseen by the populace, held the city's fate in their grasp, exemplifying resilience and devotion hidden beneath Rome's grandeur. As you imagine this twilight journey beneath the city, feel the profound interconnection of human will, natural forces, and spiritual belief that shaped ancient Rome. The underground rivers tell a story of innovation and reverence, endurance and mystery, a hidden world that continues to captivate and inspire, reminding us that beneath every great city lies a deeper current of life, history, and human endeavour. As the quiet prelude to nightfall envelops the city of ancient Rome, the sprawling urban landscape begins to lose its vibrant hustle and bustle. Above ground, citizens retreat to their homes, their voices softening, the distant clatter of carts fading into a gentle hush. Yet beneath this calm exterior, the underground rivers continue their ceaseless journey through an intricate maze of channels and tunnels, a hidden world as alive and vital as the city above. Imagine descending once more into these subterranean corridors, where the cool, damp air carries the rich scent of wet stone and lingering moss. The low murmur of flowing water fills the cavernous spaces, echoing softly against arches that have withstood the ravages of time and history. The flicker of torchlight casts long, wavering shadows that dance upon walls etched with centuries-old carvings, inscriptions left by the Roman engineers and labourers who first shaped these waterways with skill and devotion. These underground rivers and channels served a dual purpose. They were the city's lifelines, delivering fresh water to public baths, ornate fountains, and private residences, while also acting as conduits for waste and stormwater, safeguarding the metropolis from floods and disease. The genius of Rome's hydraulic engineering ensured that these natural and man-made waterways worked in harmony, a system so advanced it remained in use well into the modern era. Yet the subterranean world was not merely functional, it was also a realm imbued with spiritual significance. Romans believed that the rivers, both above and below ground, were inhabited by divine spirits and deities whose favour was essential to the city's well-being. The Cloaca Maxima itself was revered, its waters symbolising purification and renewal. Offerings and rituals were performed to honour these forces, blending practical engineering with religious reverence, a hallmark of Roman culture. Maintenance of this vast network demanded continuous labour and vigilance. Workers, often slaves or skilled artisans, braved the darkness to clear blockages, repair ageing structures, and ensure the waterways remained clear and flowing. Their efforts, though largely unacknowledged, were crucial to the city's survival. These unseen guardians of the underground rivers embodied a silent dedication, their hands and sweat the foundation upon which Rome's grandeur was built. As you immerse yourself in this hidden world, feel the interplay of human ingenuity and natural force, the weaving of history and mystery, and the enduring spirit that courses beneath the eternal city. The underground rivers of ancient Rome are more than relics of engineering. They are living symbols of resilience, adaptation, and the intricate balance between civilization and nature. As dawn gently breaks over the eternal city, a soft golden light spills across the terracotta rooftops and ancient stone facades, bathing Rome in a serene glow that contrasts with the dark, mysterious waterways hidden beneath its streets. The underground rivers, having coursed silently through the city for centuries, continue their timeless journey, weaving through tunnels and vaulted chambers that stand as monuments to Roman ingenuity and perseverance. Imagine descending once more into this secret world, where the air is cool and carries the faint scent of moist stone and earth. The gentle sound of flowing water echoes softly in these cavernous spaces, mingling with distant drips and the occasional scurry of unseen creatures. These subterranean rivers, fed by natural springs and channeled by human hands, embody a complex relationship between nature and civilization, one marked by mastery, respect, and interdependence. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's great sewer, stands as a testament to the city's foresight and engineering prowess. Originally constructed to drain the marshy lands and carry waste away from the city, it evolved into a sophisticated network that preserved public health and facilitated urban expansion. This vast system, fed by underground rivers and surface water, was maintained tirelessly by generations of workers whose efforts ensured the city's vitality and longevity. Beyond its practical purpose, the underground rivers held deep cultural and spiritual significance. To the Romans, water was sacred, a life-giving force intertwined with the divine. The subterranean waterways were believed to be inhabited by spirits and gods who governed their flow and power. Rituals, offerings, and prayers sought to honour these unseen guardians, blending the tangible with the spiritual in a uniquely Roman way. As you envision this hidden realm, reflect on the countless lives intertwined with these waters, from the architects and labourers who shaped the tunnels, to the citizens above who depended on their unseen flow. The underground rivers of ancient Rome remind us that beneath every great civilization lies a foundation of unseen efforts, natural forces, and enduring resilience. Their story is one of harmony between man and nature, innovation and tradition, silence and life. As the city awakens above, these rivers continue to flow, eternal, vital, and full of secrets waiting to be discovered. Now let's embark on a new journey into the past. The silent guardians of Viking longhouses. These steadfast protectors, often overlooked, played a crucial role in the daily life, safety, and spirit of Viking communities. Let's uncover their stories and the secrets they kept within the walls of these iconic dwellings. In the rugged, windswept landscapes of Scandinavia, where jagged fjords meet dense forests and open skies stretch endlessly, the Viking longhouses stood as enduring symbols of community, strength, and survival. These great halls, long and narrow with towering thatched roofs and sturdy wooden beams, were more than mere shelters. They were the heartbeats of Viking society, where families gathered, stories were told, and the rhythms of daily life unfolded. Yet woven into this vibrant tapestry were the silent guardians, the unseen protectors, whose roles were vital, yet often overshadowed by tales of warriors and explorers. Imagine standing at the threshold of one such longhouse, the heavy wooden door etched with ancient carvings, worn smooth by countless hands. The scent of smoke from the central hearth mingles with the earthy aroma of timber and the faint tang of salt carried on the sea breeze. Inside, the flickering firelight cast dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls, illuminating the faces of those who lived, worked, and protected the home. These silent guardians, whether trusted household warriors, watchful elders, or loyal dogs, bore the weight of vigilance and protection, ensuring the safety and harmony of the community within. The longhouse was a place of many facets, a family dwelling, a communal gathering spot, and a fortress against the unpredictable wilds and rival clans. The guardians kept watch over the perimeter, alert to the approach of friend or foe, prepared to defend against threats that could come from marauders, wild animals, or harsh elements. Their presence was a reassurance, a silent promise of security amid the uncertainty of Viking life. Beyond physical protection, these guardians upheld traditions and values that bound the community. They maintained the sanctity of the hearth, oversaw rituals that honoured ancestors and gods, and ensured the transmission of stories and customs that defined Viking identity. Their roles, though often quiet and behind the scenes, were integral to the fabric of the Longhouse, blending strength with wisdom, vigilance with care. As you envision this ancient hall, feel the intertwining of warmth and shadow, of firelight and silent watchfulness. The silent guardians of Viking longhouses were the unseen pillars of a society renowned for its fierce independence and unyielding spirit. Their stories invite us to look beyond the surface of history and honour the steadfast protectors who preserved life and legacy within these iconic walls. As the first light of dawn spills over the rugged Scandinavian landscape, the Viking longhouse awakens from its slumber. Outside, the crisp morning air carries the scent of pine and peat smoke, mingling with the distant calls of seabirds and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Inside the longhouse, the flickering embers of the hearth glow faintly, casting warm hues over the rough wooden beams and the worn furs that line the benches. This is a place alive with history, resilience, and the quiet vigilance of its silent guardians. These guardians were more than mere defenders. They were the stewards of the longhouse's spirit and security. Often comprised of seasoned warriors who had seen many battles or trusted members of the household known for their unwavering loyalty, they held watch over the home with a deep sense of duty and honour. Their eyes were ever watchful for the first signs of danger, be it the approach of rival clans, roaming beasts from the surrounding wilderness, or the unpredictable fury of nature itself. Imagine the routine of these guardians. As the village stirs to life, they patrol the perimeter, their footsteps muffled against the forest floor. The weight of chainmail or leather rests heavily on their shoulders, but their movements are purposeful and practiced, blending strength with silence. Their weapons, sharpened and ready, glint faintly in the dawn light. Their presence alone serves as a deterrent, a silent warning to any who might threaten the sanctity of the longhouse. Within the walls of the longhouse, these guardians also played vital roles in the fabric of daily life. They were storytellers and keepers of lore, passing down tales of gods and heroes by the hearth's glow. They led rituals to honour Odin, Thor and Freya, invoking protection and favour for their kin. Their wisdom balanced the fiery passions of youth and tempered the challenges of harsh winters and scarce resources. The longhouse itself was a microcosm of Viking society, a place where community and family intertwined with the ever-present need for vigilance and defence. These silent guardians embodied this duality, standing as both protectors and pillars of tradition. Their watchful eyes and steady hands upheld the safety and continuity of a way of life that thrived amid uncertainty and change. As you envision this dawn scene, feel the weight of responsibility borne by the silent guardians, their fierce loyalty woven into the very timbers of the longhouse. Their stories, often unspoken yet deeply felt, remind us that beneath the legends of conquest and exploration lies the enduring strength of those who stood guard in the shadows, ensuring that life within these walls could flourish. As the sun climbs higher over the rugged Scandinavian horizon, the Viking longhouse is fully alive with the sounds and scents of daily life. Smoke curls lazily from the thatched roof, blending with the crisp pine-scented air, while inside, the warmth of the central hearth radiates through the sturdy wooden beams. The longhouse hums with activity, the clatter of tools, the low murmur of conversation, and the rhythmic pounding of leather and wood crafting echo through the spacious hall. Among the bustle, the silent guardians stand as vigilant sentinels, their watchful eyes scanning both the interior and the wilderness beyond. These protectors, often older warriors or skilled huntsmen, carry the weight of experience etched into their weathered faces. Their presence commands respect, blending seamlessly into the fabric of longhouse life, part warrior, part elder, part protector of tradition. Picture one such guardian patrolling the perimeter, his footsteps quiet against the mossy earth as he moves through the early morning mist. His senses are attuned to every sound, the snap of a twig, the distant call of a raven, the subtle shift in the wind. His hand rests instinctively on the hilt of his sword, ready to defend his kin from any threat. This vigilance is born not of fear but of profound love and responsibility, a duty passed down through generations. Inside, the guardians fulfill roles that extend beyond mere defense. They are storytellers, weaving sagas of gods and ancestors into the collective memory of the community. Around the fire, their voices rise and fall, bringing to life tales of Odin's wisdom, Thor's thunderous strength, and Freya's fierce protection. These stories are more than entertainment. They are lessons in courage, honour, and survival, binding the community together with shared values and history. The Guardians also oversee the rituals that honour both the natural world and the divine. From seasonal festivals celebrating the solstice to rites invoking protection before a raid or journey, their presence ensures that tradition and spirituality remain intertwined with everyday life. They teach the young the importance of respect, for the land, for the gods, and for each other, instilling a sense of belonging and purpose. As you immerse yourself in this vibrant scene, feel the harmony of strength and tenderness embodied by the silent guardians. Their watchfulness is a shield that protects not only bodies, but the very soul of the Viking longhouse. Their stories, whispered in the flickering firelight, remind us that the true power of a community lies in the steadfast hearts and hands of those who guard it, often unseen yet ever present. As the sun begins its slow descent beyond the rugged Scandinavian horizon, the Viking longhouse is bathed in the warm golden hues of twilight. Outside, the crisp air carries the mingled scents of pine, peat smoke, and earth, while inside, the central hearth's glow casts flickering shadows across the rough-hewn wooden beams and fur-covered benches. The longhouse is alive with quiet activity, the soft murmur of voices, the clink of tools, and the occasional crackle of the fire, all underscored by the ever-present vigilance of its silent guardians. These guardians, seasoned by years of hardship and experience, embody a deep sense of responsibility that transcends the mere defence of physical walls. They are custodians of peace and tradition, the invisible threads that hold the fabric of Viking life together. Their watch extends beyond the tangible threats of rival clans or wild beasts. It encompasses the protection of values, stories, and the collective memory that defines the community. Imagine one such guardian sitting near the hearth, his weathered hands carefully tending to the embers, his eyes reflecting both the firelight and the weight of countless memories. Around him, younger members listen intently as he recounts sagas of valour and wisdom, tales that teach lessons of honour, resilience, and the delicate balance between courage and compassion. His voice, steady and measured, carries the authority of one who has lived the very truths he imparts. Outside, as darkness deepens, other guardians take up their posts, blending into the shadowed landscape. Their senses remain alert to the slightest disturbance, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of wolves, the movement of figures in the night. Each patrol is a dance of shadows and silence, a testament to discipline and dedication. Their presence is a quiet reassurance to those within, a shield woven from vigilance and sacrifice. Within the longhouse, rituals continue to weave spirituality into daily life. Offerings are made to the gods to ensure protection and favour, songs are sung to honour ancestors, and moments of reflection are shared among kin. The silent guardians often lead these ceremonies, their roles bridging the earthly and the divine, grounding the community in a shared sense of purpose and belonging. As you envision this twilight tableau, feel the profound connection between the guardians and the longhouse, a relationship built on trust, respect, and unwavering commitment. Their stories, etched in the flickering firelight and whispered through the halls, remind us that the true strength of a community lies not just in its warriors or leaders, but in those who stand watch silently, protecting the heart and soul of their people. As night deepens over the rugged Scandinavian landscape, the Viking longhouse stands resilient beneath a sky scattered with stars, its timbered walls sheltering generations bound by blood, honour, and unyielding loyalty. The flickering firelight within casts a warm, golden glow, illuminating the faces of those gathered around the hearth, a scene both intimate and powerful, imbued with the silent strength of the guardians who protect this sacred space. These silent guardians move with quiet purpose through the longhouse, their presence a constant reassurance amid the unpredictable forces of nature and human conflict. Their roles extend far beyond mere physical defence. They are the keepers of peace within, mediators of disputes, and bearers of the community's collective wisdom. Their watchfulness encompasses every corner of the longhouse, from the sturdy threshold that shields against intrusion to the hearth that symbolises life's enduring flame. Imagine one such guardian standing vigil near the entrance, his breath visible in the crisp night air as he listens intently to the sounds beyond the walls. The distant howl of wolves, the rustle of wind through ancient trees, the faint murmur of water from a nearby stream. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, scan the darkness for any sign of threat, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of a well-worn axe. This silent sentinel embodies the delicate balance between vigilance and calm, strength and restraint. Inside, the guardians also nurture the bonds that sustain the community. They share stories of gods and heroes, weaving lessons of courage, honour and resilience into the fabric of daily life. Their voices rise and fall with the rhythms of ancient sagas, connecting young and old in a shared heritage that transcends time. These tales, told in the flickering firelight, reinforce values that have guided Viking society through centuries of change and challenge. The longhouse itself is a sanctuary where the sacred and the practical converge. The guardians oversee rituals that honour the cycles of nature, the ancestors who watch from beyond, and the gods whose favour is sought for protection and prosperity. These ceremonies, rich in symbolism and meaning, ground the community in a shared purpose and identity, weaving spirituality into the very walls of the home. As you immerse yourself in this nocturnal scene, feel the profound interplay of strength and serenity embodied by the silent guardians. Their dedication is a quiet force, a steady heartbeat that sustains the longhouse and all who dwell within. Their stories, though often unspoken, echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of loyalty, courage, and the unyielding spirit of the Viking people. As the early light of dawn softly filters through the frost-kissed branches of towering pines surrounding the Viking longhouse, a hush settles over the rugged Scandinavian wilderness. The vast expanse of dense forest, dotted with patches of wildflowers and moss-covered rocks, stretches endlessly, framing the sturdy timber structure that stands as a beacon of life and resilience amid the harsh landscape. The longhouse, with its steeply pitched roof and carved wooden beams, bears the marks of generations, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who built and protected it. Inside, the hearth's embers glow faintly, casting long shadows across the earthen floor and illuminating the worn faces of the silent guardians as they prepare for the day ahead. These stalwart protectors, cloaked in furs and leather, move with practiced grace and quiet determination. Their eyes, sharp and vigilant, survey the surroundings beyond the longhouse walls, from the dense forests where wolves and bears roam, to the distant hills where rival clans might gather. Their role is not only to defend against physical threats, but to maintain the fragile peace and order within the community, a delicate balance that requires both strength and wisdom. Imagine the solemn ritual of mourning, the checking and sharpening of weapons, the quiet exchange of nods and gestures, the shared understanding that every day is a test of endurance and loyalty. The guardians stand as the first line of defence, their senses attuned to every sound and movement in the wilderness. The crackling of twigs underfoot, the distant call of a hawk, the subtle shift of wind through the trees. All are signals to be interpreted with care and readiness. But their vigilance extends beyond the physical realm. These guardians are also custodians of tradition, bearers of ancestral wisdom passed down through oral histories and sacred rites. They guide the community in ceremonies honouring the cycles of nature, the ancestors who watch from beyond, and the gods who govern fate and fortune. Their leadership is a source of stability and continuity, ensuring that the Longhouse remains not just a shelter, but a living, breathing heart of Viking culture. As you envision this dawn breaking over the Longhouse and the wild landscape beyond, feel the weight of responsibility carried by the silent guardians. Their watch is a blend of physical readiness, spiritual stewardship, and deep communal care. Their stories, often unspoken, lived in the quiet moments between action, remind us that true strength lies not only in battle, but in unwavering dedication to protect, nurture, and uphold the essence of home and heritage. As the sun climbs higher, casting a warm, golden light across the rugged Scandinavian landscape, the Viking Longhouse stands resolute amid the dense forests and rolling hills. The gentle rustle of leaves mingles with the distant calls of seabirds and the soft murmur of a nearby stream, creating a symphony of nature that fills the air with a sense of timeless tranquility. Yet, within the sturdy walls of the Longhouse, the silent guardians remain ever watchful, their presence a steadfast shield against the unpredictable forces of nature and human conflict. Imagine the interior of the Longhouse at midday, shafts of sunlight filtering through small, shuttered windows, illuminating the worn wooden beams and the intricately carved pillars that support the heavy roof. The air is warm, filled with the aroma of smoked meats, fresh herbs, and the lingering scent of burning peat. Around the central hearth, families gather to share meals and stories, while the guardians maintain a vigilant eye, ever alert to protect their kin and the sanctity of their home. These guardians embody a delicate balance of strength and wisdom. Their lives are shaped by both the harsh realities of Viking life, from the threat of rival clans and marauders to the challenges of a brutal climate, and the spiritual traditions that guide their actions. They are warriors, yes, but also counsellors, storytellers, and keepers of sacred rites. Their role extends beyond mere defence. They are the living embodiment of the community's resilience and values. Picture a guardian stepping outside, the crunch of snow beneath his boots breaking the stillness as he surveys the surrounding forest. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, scan the horizon for signs of danger. Every tree, every shadow holds potential threats or blessings, and his knowledge of the land is both practical and spiritual. He moves with purpose, a silent protector attuned to the rhythms of nature and the needs of his people. Within the Longhouse, the guardians play a crucial role in maintaining harmony and continuity. They oversee ceremonies that honour the gods and ancestors, guiding their community through rites of passage, seasonal festivals, and moments of collective reflection. Their voices rise in ancient chants. Their hands perform rituals passed down through generations, weaving a sacred tapestry that binds the past to the present. As you immerse yourself in this scene, feel the profound connection between the guardians and the land, between strength and spirituality, between the visible and the unseen. Their watchfulness is a quiet force that sustains life within the Longhouse and ensures the survival of a culture defined by courage, honour, and an unbreakable bond to home. As twilight descends upon the rugged Scandinavian landscape, a serene hush blankets the Viking Longhouse nestled among towering pines and rocky outcrops. The sky blazes with hues of amber and violet, casting long shadows that dance across the weathered timbers of the great hall. Inside, the air is warm and thick, with the comforting sense of burning peat, roasted meats, and fragrant herbs hung from wooden beams to dry. The flickering firelight casts playful shadows on the faces of those gathered, while the silent guardians move quietly among them, their presence a steady reassurance amidst the gathering dusk. Imagine the guardians settling into their evening routines, their muscles relaxed but minds alert. Their eyes, keen from years of vigilance, scan the periphery of the longhouse, catching every flicker of movement beyond the walls. The stirring of small animals in the underbrush, the whisper of wind through the trees, the distant call of an owl heralding night's deepening embrace. These quiet watchers carry the weight of responsibility not just for protection, but for preserving the very spirit and traditions of their people. Within the warmth of the hearth, stories flow as freely as the mead passed hand to hand. The guardians share sagas of ancient heroes and gods, tales woven with lessons of bravery, honour, and the sacred balance between man and nature. Their voices rise and fall in the rhythm of oral tradition, connecting young and old in a shared heritage that transcends the passage of time. Each story is a thread in the tapestry of the community's identity, a living reminder of the values they uphold and the challenges they have overcome. The longhouse itself is more than shelter. It is a sanctuary of life and legacy. Guardians oversee rituals that honour the changing seasons, the spirits of ancestors, and the forces that govern fate and fortune. These sacred acts reinforce the bonds between the community and the unseen world, intertwining faith with daily existence. The guardians, as custodians of these rites, ensure that the ancient wisdom and reverence for the natural world endure. Outside, the deepening night holds its own mysteries and dangers. The guardians' watch extends beyond the walls, silent sentinels against the wild and the unknown. Their knowledge of the land is profound. Every rustle, shadow, and sound carries meaning. This intimate connection to their environment guides their vigilance and informs their actions, embodying a harmony between human and nature that defines the Viking way of life. As you immerse yourself in this twilight scene, feel the layered essence of strength, tradition, and quiet devotion embodied by the silent guardians. Their presence is a foundation upon which the community's survival and spirit rest. Through their unwavering watchfulness and stewardship, the Viking Longhouse stands not just as a home, but as a living testament to resilience, honour, and the enduring power of community. As the night deepens over the rugged Scandinavian wilderness, the Viking Longhouse remains a beacon of warmth and security amidst the cold darkness. The vast expanse of fir trees sways gently in the crisp night breeze, and the sky above sparkles with countless stars, their distant light casting a faint glow over the snow-covered ground. Inside the longhouse, the fire's amber flames crackle softly, sending flickers of light dancing across the timbered walls, illuminating the faces of those gathered, families, warriors, elders, united by bonds of kinship and tradition. Amidst this intimate gathering, the silent guardians move with a quiet grace, their senses ever alert despite the comforting embrace of home. Their eyes, accustomed to the shadows, watch for any sign of disturbance beyond the walls, while their hands rest lightly on the hilts of weapons forged by the skilled hands of Viking smiths. Their presence is both protective and reassuring, a living shield that allows others to rest and find solace within the longhouse. Imagine the soft murmur of whispered prayers rising in the air, a call for protection and guidance from the Norse gods, Odin, the All-Father, Thor, the Thunderer, Freya, the goddess of love and war. The guardians themselves may lead these rituals, their voices steady and solemn, bridging the realms of the mortal and the divine. Through these sacred acts, they reaffirm their commitment to safeguard not only the physical well-being of their people, but also the spiritual sanctity of their home. Outside, the wilderness breathes with quiet life. The distant howl of wolves, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the gentle patter of snowflakes settling on the ground. These sounds are woven into the guardians' awareness, guiding their vigilance and informing their readiness. Their knowledge of the land, passed down through generations, is a vital tool in discerning friend from foe, threat from benign presence. The longhouse, under their watchful gaze, becomes more than a shelter. It is a sanctuary where the past and present converge, where the legacy of the Vikings is preserved through stories, rituals, and the steadfast dedication of those who stand guard. The silent guardians embody the resilience and honour of a people who thrived in harmony with their harsh environment, their quiet strength a testament to the enduring spirit of community and survival. As you immerse yourself in this nocturnal scene, feel the profound connection between guardians, kin, and land. A tapestry woven from loyalty, courage, and unspoken love. Their watch is a timeless vigil, a promise that as long as the silent guardians stand, the heart of the Viking longhouse will continue to beat strong. As the first light of dawn gently breaks over the rugged Scandinavian wilderness, a golden glow spills across the frost-covered landscape, illuminating the sturdy Viking longhouse that has stood through countless seasons of hardship and celebration. The air is crisp and tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and damp moss, while the distant song of a lark heralds the arrival of a new day. Inside, the longhouse begins to stir, the quiet murmur of waking voices, the soft rustle of furs, and the faint crackle of embers rekindled in the hearth. The silent guardians, ever watchful, awaken from their brief respite, their eyes reflecting the flickering firelight and the weight of their enduring duty. They move with purposeful grace, tending to weapons and gear, readying themselves to protect their kin and the sacred space that holds the stories and spirit of their people. Their vigilance is unwavering, a testament to the resilience and honour that define the Viking way of life. Imagine the longhouse filled with the warmth of kinship and tradition, the clatter of wooden bowls, the murmur of prayers to the gods, and the sharing of tales that bind generations. The guardians, both fierce warriors and wise elders, stand at the heart of this community, their presence a living thread that weaves together past and present, strength and tenderness, survival and legacy. Beyond the walls, the wilderness awakens as well. The forest breathes with life, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a hawk, and the gentle flow of a nearby stream. This land, both harsh and beautiful, has shaped the guardians as much as they have shaped it. Their intimate knowledge of its rhythms and secrets is a source of power and protection, a sacred bond that guides their every step. As you envision this dawn breaking over the longhouse and the vast landscape beyond, feel the profound sense of continuity and hope embodied by the silent guardians. Their watch is not only a defense against external threats, but a guardianship of culture, values, and family, a promise that the spirit of the Viking people endures through the ages. The silent guardians of Viking longhouses may not have sung the songs of bards or led warriors into battle, but their steadfast presence ensured that the hearth burned bright, that stories were told, and that the legacy of a proud people was preserved. Their story is one of quiet strength, unwavering loyalty, and the deep love that binds a community together. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the world of the silent guardians of Viking longhouses. May their steadfast watch inspire you to honour the unseen protectors in your own life and appreciate the enduring power of dedication and community. Now let's turn our attention to a pivotal chapter in history: forgotten treaties that changed borders. Though often overshadowed by grand battles and famous leaders, these agreements quietly redrew maps, altered destinies, and shaped the geopolitical landscape we know today. Join me as we uncover the stories behind these forgotten yet transformative treaties. Throughout the vast tapestry of human history, the ebb and flow of borders have often been dictated not only by the clashing of armies, but by the quiet, deliberate signatures on treaties. Documents whose ink may have faded, but whose consequences echo through centuries. These forgotten treaties, often overlooked in the shadow of grand battles and towering historical figures, wielded immense power, redrawing maps, altering alliances, and shaping the fate of nations and peoples. Imagine a dimly lit chamber in a distant palace or a rustic council hall on the edge of a contested territory. The air is thick with anticipation and tension, heavy with the scent of aged parchment, burning candles, and the murmurs of diplomats and envoys from rival powers. Outside, the world teeters on the edge of change. Armies stand poised, cities brace for upheaval, and the lives of countless innocents hang in delicate balance. Within these walls, weary leaders and emissaries engage in painstaking negotiations, their words carefully chosen to secure peace, claim land, or forge alliances. Every clause carved into these treaties is the product of intense deliberation, often shaped by compromise, coercion, or the pressing needs of survival. Though these agreements may lack the drama of battlefield heroics, their inked signatures reverberate far beyond the sealed chambers, determining borders that would last for generations, or sowing the seeds of future conflict. Picture the ripple effects as borders shift, families uprooted, cultures divided, and new political realities forged. The human cost is profound. Towns once unified suddenly find themselves split between empires, trade routes altered, impacting economies and livelihoods, and identities challenged by the redrawing of lines on a map. These treaties are not mere footnotes in history, but pivotal moments where diplomacy wielded the pen as mightily as the sword. As you envision this scene, feel the weight of these forgotten treaties, silent architects of change, shaping the geopolitical landscape with quiet resolve. Their stories invite us to look beyond the battlefield and the throne room, to appreciate the subtle but profound power of negotiation, law, and diplomacy in the making of history. As the quill scratches against parchment in dimly lit chambers, the weight of history presses heavily upon the shoulders of those who draft forgotten treaties, documents that, though quiet in their signing, resound loudly through the shifting contours of nations. Picture a grand hall filled with figures draped in the rich fabrics of power, envoys with guarded expressions, monarchs weighed by the burdens of their realms, and scribes poised to immortalize agreements that will redraw the world's map. Outside these halls, the atmosphere is tense and expectant. Armies gather just beyond borders, citizens whisper of uncertain futures, and the land itself seems to hold its breath. The ground beneath once familiar fields may soon belong to another flag. Rivers that marked unity may now become dividing lines. The human stories entwined with these borders are myriad, families torn apart, communities split, alliances forged and broken, all under the shadow of ink and signature. Consider the painstaking negotiation processes, debates that stretch long into the night, the delicate balancing of power and concession, the subtle dance of diplomacy, where every word carries weight and every phrase hides intent. Leaders must reconcile pride with pragmatism, ambitions with realities, as they seek to secure peace or gain advantage. The treaties born from these efforts become the blueprints of future political landscapes, sometimes promising stability, other times laying groundwork for future strife. The consequences of these treaties ripple through time. Borders once drawn with quills have become sources of conflict, cultural shifts, and national identities. Regions that changed hands might experience waves of migration, economic upheaval, or cultural blending, the legacy of diplomacy etched into the lives of ordinary people. What might appear as mere lines on a map are, in truth, boundaries laden with stories of adaptation, loss, and resilience. As you immerse yourself in this world, sense the profound interplay of power, diplomacy, and human experience that these forgotten treaties embody. They reveal the quiet but formidable forces that have shaped our modern world, reminders that history is not only made by war, but also by the painstaking art of negotiation and compromise. As the echoes of heated debates fade and quills pause in their delicate dance across parchment, the true impact of forgotten treaties begins to unfold far beyond the chambers where they were crafted. Imagine the moment when these documents, sealed with wax and words weighted with consequence, travel from royal courts and council halls to the farthest reaches of contested lands. The world itself seems to hold its breath as borders shift, allegiances realign, and destinies are rewritten. In the villages and towns nestled along newly drawn borders, the impact is immediate and deeply personal. Picture families standing on the cusp of change, their lives suddenly intertwined with new rulers, laws, and languages. Markets once thriving under familiar governance face uncertainty. Neighbours find themselves divided by invisible lines that carry the power to separate friends and kin. The land, long a shared home, now becomes a contested space where identity and loyalty are questioned and redefined. These treaties, often the result of protracted negotiations and political manoeuvring, carry consequences that resonate through generations. They can bring peace after long conflict, or sow the seeds of future disputes when parties feel betrayed or marginalised. Consider the emotional weight borne by those tasked with enforcing new boundaries. Soldiers, administrators, and everyday citizens caught in the delicate balance between order and unrest. Beyond the immediate human stories, the treaties reshape the geopolitical landscape. Empires expand or contract, alliances shift, creating new dynamics that influence trade, diplomacy, and warfare. The redrawing of borders alters not only the maps, but the very fabric of societies, affecting cultural exchange, economic prosperity, and the flow of ideas. These silent agreements, once forgotten, form the scaffolding upon which modern nations are built. As you immerse yourself in this transformative moment, feel the tension and hope intertwined in every signature and seal. The forgotten treaties are more than historical footnotes. They are pivotal turning points where diplomacy, power, and human lives converge. Their stories remind us that the fate of nations often hinges not just on battles won or lost, but on the fragile, complex art of negotiation and compromise. As the ink dries on these pivotal documents, the silent wheels of history begin to turn, setting into motion profound transformations that ripple across continents and through the lives of countless individuals. Picture the slow but relentless process of border changes taking root. Armies withdrawing, new flags raised, and administrations shifted, while communities grapple with the realities imposed upon them by decisions made in distant chambers. Visualize a border village perched on a rugged hillside or nestled in a fertile valley, where generations have lived in harmony under a familiar rule. Now, with the stroke of a pen, they awaken to a new reality. Foreign officials arrive, new laws are introduced, and centuries-old ties are tested. The market square, once bustling with familiar voices and customs, now echoes with uncertainty as people navigate the complexities of altered citizenship, taxation, and allegiance. The psychological and emotional toll of such changes is immense. Families face the wrenching choice to stay and adapt or to uproot themselves in search of familiarity and safety. Stories emerge of lost homes, fractured friendships, and the resilient spirit of communities determined to preserve their identity amid upheaval. Traditions once shared across a region become markers of difference, and language itself can become a battleground. At the same time, the shifting borders redraw the chessboard of international relations. Empires vie for dominance, alliances form and dissolve, and the balance of power is continually renegotiated. These treaties, often forgotten in popular memory, underpin the complex geopolitical realities that shape wars and peace, trade and diplomacy, culture and conflict. Consider the grand halls where envoys reconvene, reflecting on the unintended consequences of their agreements, while leaders in distant capitals strategize to leverage new territories or quell unrest. The human stories, the political ambitions, and the cultural shifts intertwine in a tapestry woven with threads of power, survival, and adaptation. As you immerse yourself in this intricate web of change, feel the weight and breadth of these forgotten treaties. They remind us that history is not only written by the loud clash of swords, but also by the quiet, enduring influence of words and agreements that redraw the boundaries of human experience. As the dust settles on the maps redrawn by these forgotten treaties, the realities imposed upon the people living along the newly defined borders begin to crystallize. A profound transformation unfolding not only in political terms, but in the very fabric of everyday life. Imagine stepping into the lives of those caught in the swirling currents of change. Farmers tending fields now split by invisible lines, merchants adjusting to new trade regulations, and families navigating the fragile terrain of shifting identities and allegiances. In these borderlands, the invisible ink of treaties becomes painfully tangible. Picture a mother teaching her children a language that their new rulers demand, even as the old tongue lingers in their hearts. Envision a community festival interrupted by the presence of foreign officials, whose unfamiliar customs and laws intrude upon traditions rooted in centuries of shared history. The tension between preserving heritage and adapting to imposed realities plays out in homes, marketplaces, and places of worship alike. The human cost of these treaties is often hidden behind the grandeur of diplomatic halls and the proclamations of kings and presidents. Behind each altered border lies a mosaic of personal stories, tales of loss, resilience, hope, and sometimes resistance. Communities must rebuild social bonds frayed by division. Individuals must reconcile conflicting loyalties and identities. The psychological landscape is as complex as the political one, where belonging and alienation intermingle. These treaties also have long-term cultural impacts, influencing language policies, educational systems, and religious practices. The reshaping of borders can foster new cultural syntheses, but also deepen divisions, sowing seeds of conflict or paving pathways to coexistence. The legacy of these agreements often persists through generations, shaping national narratives and regional dynamics long after the ink has dried. On the broader stage, the treaties contribute to the evolving geopolitics of continents. Empires rise and fall, alliances shift, and the quest for power continues in the delicate dance of diplomacy and strategy. Forgotten though these treaties may be, their echoes resonate in the policies and conflicts that define modern international relations. As you immerse yourself in this multifaceted tapestry, feel the intertwining of personal and political, the silent struggles and the grand designs that these forgotten treaties encapsulate. They remind us that history's boundaries are not just lines on a map, but living realities that shape the destinies of people and nations alike. As the echoes of distant negotiations fade into history, the long shadows cast by forgotten treaties continue to shape landscapes and lives across generations. Picture the varied terrains where these borders were redrawn, from the rugged mountains and dense forests to fertile plains and bustling river valleys, each with its own stories, cultures, and communities suddenly thrust into new political realities. The land itself, ancient and enduring, witnesses these transformations with quiet resilience. Imagine the daily rhythms of life adapting to new sovereignties, farmers cultivating fields under unfamiliar flags, artisans crafting goods now destined for different markets, and children learning histories rewritten to align with new national narratives. The intangible lines drawn on maps begin to influence tangible experiences, which laws govern, which languages are taught, which histories are celebrated or suppressed. These shifts ripple through the social fabric, sometimes fostering unity, other times breeding tension. In border towns and cities, new administrative centres rise, bureaucracies expand, and officials enforce the terms of treaties that once seemed distant and abstract. The weight of authority changes hands, bringing new customs, laws, and expectations. For ordinary people, this can mean navigating a labyrinth of paperwork, allegiance oaths, and cultural shifts, all while holding on to the threads of identity and community that define their lives. At times, resistance flares as populations push back against imposed changes. Protests, cultural revival movements, or even armed uprisings remind rulers that borders are not merely lines on paper, but lived experiences fraught with passion and complexity. Conversely, some communities find ways to embrace new identities, blending traditions and forging new paths of coexistence and collaboration. The ripple effects extend beyond human communities to economies and ecosystems. Trade routes realign, affecting livelihoods. Resources shift hands, altering economic balances, and environmental stewardship faces new challenges or opportunities under changing governance. The interconnectedness of political decisions and daily life becomes starkly evident. As you immerse yourself in this evolving tableau, sense the profound interplay of geography, culture, politics, and human resilience that these forgotten treaties engender. Their legacy is not static, but a living, breathing force, shaping destinies, inspiring stories, and reminding us of the enduring power of words penned in moments of negotiation to alter the course of history. As centuries pass, the forgotten treaties that once altered borders take on a life of their own, woven into the complex tapestry of history, culture, and identity. Imagine the passage of time in regions where these agreements redrew the political lines, landscapes transforming under the weight of human endeavour, cities growing or declining, and generations born into realities shaped by decisions inked long before their time. The treaties, though quiet in their inception, echo loudly through the ages. They influence the art and literature born from these lands, inspire songs of resistance or unity, and become the foundation upon which national myths and identities are built. Monuments may rise to celebrate victories won or peace achieved, yet the true legacy lies in the everyday lives of those who inhabit the borderlands. Farmers, merchants, families whose roots grow tangled with shifting sovereignties. Consider the stories passed down through oral traditions and written histories, tales of ancestors who lived through upheaval, who adapted or rebelled, who forged new communities in the aftermath of border changes. These narratives, rich with emotion and memory, keep alive the human dimension of treaties, often reduced to dates and signatures in textbooks. They remind us that borders are more than lines on maps. They are the frontiers of identity, belonging, and survival. The cultural landscapes moulded by these treaties are layered with complexities. Languages may blend or vanish, religions coexist or clash, and traditions evolve in response to new political realities. Festivals, rituals, and daily customs reflect this dynamic interplay, bearing witness to the resilience and creativity of communities navigating the challenges of change. On the geopolitical stage, the influence of forgotten treaties endures in contemporary diplomacy and conflict. Borders established centuries ago continue to shape alliances, fuel disputes, and guide negotiations. Understanding the origins and impacts of these treaties offers vital insights into current international relations and the persistent echoes of history in modern geopolitics. As you immerse yourself in this rich historical landscape, feel the weight and wonder of forgotten treaties as living legacies. They teach us that the power of words, carefully crafted and agreed upon, can reverberate through time, shaping worlds, defining peoples, and challenging us to understand history not just as a sequence of events, but as an ongoing dialogue between past and present. As the world continues to evolve, the legacies of forgotten treaties remain etched not only in political boundaries, but in the very identities and memories of the people who inhabit these lands. Picture a region where generations have lived under the shadow of borders once drawn in distant halls, their lives shaped by the treaties that few today remember but all still feel. The landscape, rolling hills, winding rivers, ancient towns, bears silent witness to the tides of history, conflict, and reconciliation. Imagine the intimate human stories that unfold here, a family gathering where elders recount the tales of ancestors who lived through upheaval, a child learning the language of a new nation while honouring the heritage of the old. Communities celebrating festivals that blend customs from both sides of a border, creating rich tapestries of cultural fusion. These are the living legacies of treaties, dynamic, complex, and deeply personal. At the same time, political realities continue to be influenced by these historical agreements. Borders established centuries ago serve as the framework for modern governance, diplomacy, and sometimes tension. Negotiations over resources, trade, and security often hark back to these origins, reminding us that the past is never truly past. The treaty's shadows stretch into the present, shaping policies and perceptions, alliances and disputes. The natural environment, too, tells a story. Forests that span borders, rivers that flow through multiple countries, mountains that have long been markers of division, yet also of connection. These features challenge the rigidity of political lines, reminding us of the fluidity and interdependence of life that transcends human constructs. As you immerse yourself in this rich tableau, feel the profound interplay of history, culture, politics, and nature embodied in the forgotten treaties. They teach us about the enduring power of words and agreements, the resilience of communities, and the ongoing dialogue between past decisions and present realities. Their stories invite reflection on how we understand borders, not just as lines on a map, but as living spaces shaped by human experience and memory. As the centuries unfold, the forgotten treaties that once redrew maps and reshaped nations become woven into the very fabric of identity, memory, and aspiration for the peoples who inhabit these transformed lands. Imagine a landscape dotted with villages, cities, and crossroads, where the stories of border shifts are passed down through generations, echoing in local customs, languages, and traditions. The very soil beneath their feet carries the imprint of history's quiet but profound decisions. Visualize families who have lived on either side of a line drawn centuries ago, siblings separated by political boundaries, yet united by shared heritage and stories whispered at twilight. The border is more than a demarcation. It is a lived experience that shapes daily interactions, commerce, and community life. Markets may blend goods from different nations, dialects merge and evolve, and festivals bear traces of once separated cultures now intertwined. This vibrant tapestry of life is a testament to human resilience and adaptability in the face of imposed divisions. Yet beneath this cultural richness lie tensions. The memories of conflicts sparked by disputed territories, grievances over resources, and struggles for recognition and rights. The treaties, often seen as distant and abstract, have left legacies of division and contestation, fueling conflicts that ripple through history and into the present. Communities navigate these complexities with a mix of pride, pain, and hope, seeking pathways to reconciliation and coexistence. On the broader geopolitical stage, these forgotten treaties continue to influence international relations. Borders defined centuries ago serve as the backdrop for diplomacy, negotiation, and sometimes confrontation. Nations draw upon these historical agreements to assert claims or foster cooperation, weaving the past into the fabric of contemporary policy and identity. The enduring influence of these treaties underscores the power of words penned long ago to shape the contours of modern life. As you immerse yourself in this layered landscape, feel the intertwining of past and present, the delicate balance between division and unity, and the profound human stories that embody the legacy of forgotten treaties. They remind us that history is a living dialogue, one where the echoes of long past decisions continue to shape our shared world. As the sun sets on the grand saga of forgotten treaties that have shaped the contours of nations and the lives of millions, the true significance of these quiet accords becomes clear. They are not merely relics of diplomacy, but living threads woven into the complex tapestry of human history and identity. Imagine the vast landscapes where these borders were drawn: rugged mountains, fertile valleys, winding rivers, and bustling cities, each bearing the marks of treaties inked in chambers far away, but felt intimately by those who call these places home. Feel the weight of history as generations walk paths carved not only by nature, but by the decisions of kings, diplomats, and envoys whose signatures carried the power to divide or unite. In villages perched on the edges of these borders, life continues with a mixture of continuity and change. Traditions endure even as new laws and allegiances reshape daily realities. The whispers of ancestors mingle with the voices of the present, creating a dialogue across time about belonging, resilience, and identity. Consider the emotional landscapes etched by these treaties. The joys of newfound peace, the sorrows of displacement, the tensions of contested claims, and the hope for reconciliation. Families rebuild, communities forge new bonds, and cultures blend in unexpected ways. The treaty's legacies are carried not only in textbooks, but in songs, stories, and the lived experiences of those who navigate the borders of history. On the global stage, the echoes of these forgotten treaties reverberate through modern diplomacy and conflict resolution. Nations invoke their histories to justify claims or seek alliances, proving that the past remains a potent force in shaping the present and future. Understanding these treaties is essential to grasping the complexities of today's geopolitical landscape, a reminder that history is ever present, guiding and challenging us. As you immerse yourself in this final chapter, reflect on the enduring power of words and agreements, how quiet moments of negotiation have reshaped worlds and defined destinies. The forgotten treaties remind us that history is not solely forged in battle, but in the delicate art of compromise, dialogue, and vision. Thank you for joining me on this journey through forgotten treaties that changed borders. May their stories inspire a deeper appreciation for the complexities of history and the enduring quest for peace and understanding across boundaries. Now let's step into the luminous world of the lost art of medieval illumination, a dazzling craft where artistry and devotion intertwined to transform ancient manuscripts into radiant treasures. These delicate paintings, shimmering with gold leaf and vibrant pigments, were more than decoration. They were windows into faith, knowledge, and culture. Join me as we unravel the secrets and stories behind this mesmerizing medieval tradition. In the hushed, candlelit chambers of medieval monasteries and scriptoriums, a remarkable transformation took place. A sacred alchemy where humble parchment and ink blossomed into shimmering works of art known as illuminated manuscripts. This lost art, a marriage of devotion and craftsmanship, involved the painstaking adornment of texts with intricate designs, radiant gold leaf, and vivid pigments derived from precious minerals and plants. Imagine the quiet stillness of these rooms, where monks and artisans bent over their work with unwavering focus, their hands guided by centuries-old tradition and a profound sense of purpose. The atmosphere in these spaces was thick with the scent of beeswax candles, animal glue, and the faint, earthy aroma of vellum stretched taut on wooden frames. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating the tiny brushes and quills that traced delicate patterns and figures onto the pages. Each stroke was an act of reverence, a visual prayer meant to elevate the sacred texts and connect the earthly with the divine. The gold leaf, painstakingly applied, caught the light and seemed to glow from within, transforming the manuscripts into treasures both spiritual and artistic. Beyond their beauty, illuminated manuscripts served vital roles in medieval society. They were vessels of knowledge, faith, and culture, preserving religious scriptures, philosophical treatises, and historical chronicles. The illustrations and embellishments were not mere decoration, but rich with symbolism and meaning, guiding readers through complex theological concepts and narratives. These luminous pages invited contemplation and inspired devotion, turning reading into a deeply immersive and transcendent experience. The creation of these masterpieces demanded immense skill, patience, and collaboration. From the scribes who copied the text with meticulous precision to the illuminators who brought the pages to life with colour and gold, each contributed to a labour of love that could take months or even years for a single manuscript. The process was both technical and spiritual, reflecting the medieval worldview where art, faith, and scholarship were inseparable. As you envision this scene, the gentle scratching of quills, the shimmer of gold, the vibrant hues unfolding across parchment, Feel the reverence and dedication that infused the lost art of medieval illumination. It is a story of human creativity striving to capture the divine, of beauty born from devotion, and of a tradition that, though faded, continues to illuminate our understanding of history and art. As the dawn light filters softly through narrow stained glass windows, bathing the scriptorium in a kaleidoscope of colours, the medieval illuminators begin their meticulous work. The room hums with quiet concentration, the faint scratch of quills on parchment mingling with the rustle of vellum and the occasional clink of tools. These artisans, often monks or skilled craftsmen, wield brushes finer than a strand of hair, their hands steady despite the fragility of their medium and the complexity of their designs. Picture the painstaking process of preparing pigments: vibrant blues from lapis lazuli mined from distant lands, fiery reds derived from crushed cinnabar, and greens born from verdigris. These colours were ground with egg whites or gum arabic to create luminous paints that would endure centuries. Gold leaf, hammered so thin it shimmered like liquid light, was carefully applied using delicate tools, transforming each page into a radiant tapestry of colour and meaning. The illuminators worked not only with technical precision, but also with profound symbolism in mind. Every image, border, and initial letter was imbued with layers of meaning: biblical scenes rich with theological nuance, intricate floral patterns symbolizing paradise, and mythical creatures embodying virtues or vices. The pages were visual sermons, teaching and inspiring those who could not read, and elevating the text for those who could. The creation of an illuminated manuscript was a communal act of devotion and artistry. Scribes first copied the sacred text with painstaking care, their letters perfectly formed and spaced. Then the illuminators added their visual commentary, weaving stories in light and shadow around the words. This collaboration was a sacred ritual, a bridge between the divine and the mortal, the seen and the unseen. Imagine the long hours spent hunched over a single folio, the eyes straining in flickering candlelight, the mind focused on bringing a sacred vision to life. Despite the challenges, limited light, the painstaking precision required, and the risk of irreversible mistakes, the artisans persevered, driven by faith and a desire to create something eternal. As you immerse yourself in this vivid scene, feel the weight of centuries of tradition, craftsmanship, and spirituality that converged in the lost art of medieval illumination. These luminous pages were more than art. They were a testament to human devotion and creativity, shining a light across the ages. As the hours stretch in the quiet sanctity of the medieval scriptorium, the art of illumination takes on a life of its own, each stroke of brush and flicker of gold breathing vitality into the once plain pages. Imagine the room filled with the soft glow of candlelight, where shadows dance gently against stone walls adorned with religious iconography. The air hums with a sense of reverence and focus, broken only by the rhythmic scratching of quills and the delicate tapping of brushes against parchment. The illuminators, cloaked in simple robes yet wielding extraordinary skill, transform their humble materials into windows of divine light. Each miniature scene, whether depicting the biblical tales of salvation or the lives of saints, is crafted with meticulous detail. Faces etched with emotion, garments rendered in intricate folds, and backgrounds alive with symbolism and nature's motifs. Gold leaf highlights halos and ornate initials, catching the light and drawing the eye to the sacred text's most significant passages. Beyond their spiritual purpose, these illuminated manuscripts served as vital educational tools in a largely illiterate society. The vibrant imagery conveyed complex theological and moral lessons, allowing even those who could not read to engage with the texts. Monasteries and noble courts treasured these books as both devotional objects and symbols of status, commissioning lavish works that showcased artistic excellence and piety. Consider the immense patience required in this craft. The preparation of pigments from rare minerals and organic materials, the careful application of gold leaf, and the intricate brushwork demanded unwavering concentration and a steady hand. Mistakes could be costly, requiring painstaking correction or even the start of a new page. Yet the illuminators embraced these challenges, their work a testament to devotion and artistic mastery. Imagine too the collaboration and hierarchy within these workshops. Scribes, illuminators and binders, each playing essential roles in the manuscript's creation. The scribe's calligraphy set the foundation, the illuminator's art enriched the page, and the binder's craftsmanship protected and preserved the finished work for future generations. As you lose yourself in this world of colour and light, feel the profound connection between artistry and faith that defined medieval illumination. These manuscripts were more than books. They were living testimonies to human creativity inspired by the divine, illuminating the spiritual and cultural landscape of their time. As twilight descends over the ancient monastery, the scriptorium glows softly in the fading light, the last rays filtering through narrow windows adorned with stained glass that cast kaleidoscopic patterns onto the stone floors. The quiet hum of devotion fills the air as monks, weary from hours of meticulous work, pause to reflect on the luminous pages before them. These illuminated manuscripts, painstakingly crafted through countless hours of labour and faith, embody a bridge between the earthly and the divine, a sacred art form that elevates words into a radiant experience. Imagine the delicate process of final touches being applied to a manuscript's intricate borders, gilded vines entwining with miniature figures of angels, saints, and mythical creatures. Each leaf of gold, painstakingly adhered with natural adhesives, catches the flicker of candlelight, creating a shimmer that seems almost magical. The vibrant blues, reds, and greens, derived from minerals, plants, and even insects, contrast vividly against the creamy vellum, transforming the manuscript into a tapestry of colour and light. The scriptorium itself is a place of solemn beauty and disciplined focus. Shelves lined with scrolls and books hint at centuries of accumulated knowledge, while the tools of the trade, quills, inkpots, brushes, and pigments, rest in careful order on wooden tables. The monks who create these works are not only artists, but also scholars and theologians, their every stroke imbued with reverence and intention. Their work reflects a deep understanding of symbolism, theology, and narrative, creating a multi-layered experience for readers. Beyond their spiritual and artistic significance, illuminated manuscripts were also powerful symbols of status and authority. Noble patrons commissioned these works as demonstrations of piety and prestige, often personalizing manuscripts with coats of arms and portraits. The luxury and labor invested in these books made them treasured possessions, passed down through generations and safeguarded as cultural treasures. Yet despite their beauty and importance, the art of illumination was fragile. Wars, fires, and changing tastes threatened to erase this luminous tradition. Many manuscripts were lost, damaged, or forgotten, their brilliance dimmed by the passage of time. Today, surviving examples offer glimpses into a world where faith and creativity converged to produce masterpieces that continue to captivate and inspire. As you immerse yourself in this twilight sanctuary of art and devotion, feel the profound legacy of the lost art of medieval illumination. It is a story of human dedication to beauty and meaning, a testament to the enduring power of light in the darkness, and a celebration of creativity that transcends the ages. As the early morning light filters softly through the narrow windows of the medieval scriptorium, the scene is set once again for the painstaking continuation of an ancient and revered craft. The air carries a subtle mix of parchment, beeswax candles, and the faint earthy scent of ground minerals, the raw materials that bring illuminated manuscripts to life. Here, in this quiet sanctuary, artisans prepare to breathe colour, light, and meaning into blank pages, continuing a tradition that has long been a testament to human devotion and artistic mastery. Picture the careful grinding of lapis lazuli into a vibrant ultramarine pigment, each stone meticulously crushed into powder, revealing a stunning shade of blue coveted by kings and popes alike. Nearby, the gleaming gold leaf, thinner than a whisper, waits to be lifted gently by the craftsman's brush, ready to catch and reflect the soft candlelight. Every pigment, every stroke is laden with significance, blue symbolizing heaven, gold representing divine light, reds evoking the blood of sacrifice, and greens reflecting the renewal of life. The illuminators, cloaked in modest robes but wielding extraordinary skill, move with reverent concentration. Their brushes, finer than the finest hairs, trace intricate patterns and figures, angels with delicate wings, saints with serene expressions, elaborate floral borders intertwined with mythical beasts. Each element serves a dual purpose, to beautify and to communicate. These images convey stories, moral lessons, and theological concepts, transforming dense texts into accessible and inspiring visual narratives. The process is as demanding as it is delicate. Mistakes are costly. A misplaced stroke or smudge could mar months of work. Patience is essential, as pages are left to dry carefully between layers, and gold leaf is applied with the utmost precision. This laborious process could take years to complete a single manuscript, reflecting the immense dedication of those who pursued this sacred art. Moreover, the creation of illuminated manuscripts was often a communal effort. Scribes laboured to transcribe the text with painstaking accuracy, while illuminators brought the pages to life with colour and light. Later, binders would assemble these precious folios into volumes, sometimes adorning covers with jewels and precious metals, turning books into treasured heirlooms. Beyond the monasteries, the influence of illumination extended to the courts of nobility and centres of learning. These manuscripts were symbols of power, wealth, and cultural refinement, often commissioned by rulers seeking to display their piety and prestige. The vivid images and radiant gold made these books prized possessions, gifted and safeguarded across generations. As you immerse yourself in this world of colour and devotion, feel the confluence of faith, artistry, and human spirit that defined the lost art of medieval illumination. These luminous pages stand as timeless testaments to a profound desire to capture the divine and the beautiful, a legacy that continues to inspire awe and wonder across the centuries. As the medieval world slowly gives way to the dawn of new ideas and innovations, the art of illumination stands at a crossroads, a luminous beacon caught between centuries-old traditions and the tides of change sweeping across Europe. In the quiet chambers of monasteries and the grand halls of noble patrons, the illuminated manuscript remains a treasured masterpiece, yet whispers of transformation echo in the air. Picture a bustling workshop where skilled illuminators, some cloaked in monastic robes, others dressed as court artisans, labour side by side. The room is alive with the subtle symphony of brushstrokes, the rustle of parchment, and the soft murmurs of collaboration. Here, ancient pigments are mixed with new materials brought from distant lands. The vibrant ultramarine from Afghanistan, gold leaf that gleams like captured sunlight, and innovative binders that promise longer-lasting brilliance. Imagine the tension between tradition and innovation. Scribes and artists preserving the sacred techniques passed down through generations, while also experimenting with new styles, motifs, and compositions inspired by the evolving cultural landscape. Gothic arches and intricate filigrees intertwine with classical elements, reflecting a world where the medieval and the Renaissance begin to merge. The patrons of this art are changing too. Monarchs and wealthy nobles commission lavish manuscripts not only for religious devotion, but as symbols of power, education, and cultural prestige. These books become diplomatic gifts, tools of political influence, and expressions of personal identity. Their pages are filled with portraits, coats of arms, and scenes celebrating lineage and virtue, blending the sacred and the secular in breathtaking harmony. Yet, despite its brilliance, the art of illumination faces challenges. The invention of the printing press looms on the horizon, threatening to transform the way knowledge is disseminated and challenging the labour-intensive craft of hand-illuminated books. Monasteries that once guarded these secrets begin to see their roles diminish as printed books become more accessible, altering the cultural landscape forever. As you immerse yourself in this poignant moment of transition, feel the blend of reverence and resilience that illuminators embody. Their craft is a bridge between worlds, a celebration of light and colour in an era on the cusp of profound change. The lost art of medieval illumination is not merely a relic, but a testament to human creativity's enduring flame, flickering brightly even as the centuries turn. As the medieval era slowly fades and the Renaissance dawns with its spirit of exploration and innovation, the once celebrated art of illumination finds itself caught in a complex dance between reverence for tradition and the unstoppable tide of change. Imagine the atmosphere in the scriptoriums and artisan workshops, spaces steeped in centuries of ritual and mastery, now infused with a subtle undercurrent of uncertainty and experimentation. The illuminators, once the revered custodians of sacred knowledge and divine artistry, begin to encounter new influences. The discovery of classical texts from ancient Greece and Rome rekindles interest in naturalism, perspective, and human emotion, elements that subtly infuse their work with fresh vitality. Yet these artists remain deeply rooted in the symbolic and spiritual language of medieval illumination, their brushstrokes carrying the weight of faith and centuries of iconographic tradition. Picture a manuscript in progress, where delicate gold leaf intertwines with emerging Renaissance motifs, graceful human figures rendered with newfound realism, landscapes that breathe with atmospheric depth, and borders that meld medieval symbolism with classical ornamentation. This synthesis creates a visual dialogue across time, reflecting a world both honouring its past and reaching toward the future. Meanwhile, the invention of the printing press casts a long shadow over the art of illumination. Printed books promise speed, accessibility, and affordability, challenging the painstaking handcrafted tradition of illuminated manuscripts. However, illumination does not disappear overnight. Instead, it adapts. Luxury editions, private commissions, and decorative initials in printed texts keep the flame alive, preserving the art's essence even as its context transforms. The patrons of illuminated manuscripts also evolve. Wealthy merchants, humanists, and royal courts seek these works as symbols of culture and status, commissioning pieces that reflect personal taste and intellectual aspiration. The illuminated book becomes a treasure of the elite, a fusion of art, scholarship, and prestige. As you immerse yourself in this moment of transition, sense the bittersweet beauty of an art form at once resilient and vulnerable. The lost art of medieval illumination embodies humanity's eternal quest to capture light and meaning on the page, a luminous thread that connects generations and inspires wonder. As the 16th century unfolds, the art of medieval illumination finds itself at a crossroads, caught between the fading traditions of monastic scriptoria and the burgeoning influence of humanism and printing technology that is reshaping Europe. Imagine the fading light in ancient monasteries, where the last dedicated illuminators apply gold and colour with reverence, their work becoming rarer, more precious, and increasingly sought after by nobles and scholars, fascinated by the beauty and craftsmanship of a fading era. The scriptorium, once a bustling hive of activity, now feels more like a sanctuary of memory, where small groups of artisans, monks, and scholars strive to preserve the glowing pages of a rich cultural heritage. The air is heavy with the scent of aging vellum and dried pigments, while the flicker of candlelight illuminates hands aged by years of delicate work. In these moments, each stroke of paint, each carefully applied gold leaf, becomes an act of defiance against time and change, a final testament to a craft that had illuminated the medieval mind. In the courts and private collections of Renaissance patrons, these illuminated manuscripts are treasured not only for their religious significance, but also as symbols of refinement, learning, and power. The intricate designs and vibrant colours reflect a world that values beauty and knowledge, bridging the sacred and the secular. Patrons commission lavish books of hours, psalters, and classical texts, often personalised with coats of arms, portraits, and motifs celebrating lineage and accomplishment. Yet, as printing presses churn out volumes in increasing numbers, the role of illumination evolves. Instead of entire manuscripts, illuminators focus on embellishing printed texts, adding decorative initials, borders, and miniature illustrations by hand, blending the new technology with the artistry of the past. This hybrid form reflects a changing world where tradition and innovation coexist, sometimes uneasily, yet harmoniously. The emotional resonance of this twilight era is palpable. Illuminators, aware of their art's precarious future, pour their devotion and skill into each work, imbuing pages with a poignancy born of knowing they are custodians of a dying light. Their legacy, though diminished in scale, carries the full brilliance of centuries of human creativity, faith, and passion. As you immerse yourself in this poignant moment, feel the bittersweet beauty of the lost art of medieval illumination, a shimmering bridge between eras, a final radiant echo of a world that sought to capture the divine and the beautiful in every illuminated page. As the Renaissance blooms and the Age of Discovery sweeps across Europe, the ancient art of medieval illumination stands at a poignant threshold, a luminous echo from a world slowly receding into history. Imagine the halls of grand libraries and private chambers, where illuminated manuscripts, once central to religious devotion and scholarly study, are now cherished relics and symbols of a bygone era. The pages, rich with gold and vibrant colour, continue to captivate and inspire, yet their creation becomes increasingly rare, supplanted by the rise of printed books and new artistic movements. Picture the last of the great illuminators, their hands steady but their numbers few, continuing the sacred tradition amidst shifting tides. These artisans navigate the delicate balance between preserving the meticulous techniques of their forebears and embracing the influences of Renaissance naturalism and humanism. Their brushwork reflects not only spiritual devotion, but also an evolving appreciation for anatomy, perspective, and emotion, a testament to an art form in dialogue with change. The manuscripts themselves become treasured artifacts, coveted by collectors and scholars who recognize their unparalleled craftsmanship and historical significance. They serve as bridges to the medieval mind, offering insights into faith, culture, and artistry that shaped centuries of European thought. Each illuminated page tells a story, not only through its text but through its imagery, colours, and symbolism, inviting contemplation and reverence. Yet, the loss of widespread illumination carries a deeper cultural resonance. These manuscripts symbolize a world where faith and art were inseparable, where beauty was a pathway to the divine, and where knowledge was painstakingly preserved by devoted hands. Their decline marks a shift towards mass production and secularization, a transformation that both expands access to knowledge and diminishes the intimate artistry that once defined the book. As you immerse yourself in this reflective moment, feel the delicate interplay of light and shadow, the glow of gold leaf against the darkening backdrop of history, the fading echoes of brushstrokes that sought to illuminate not just pages, but souls. The lost art of medieval illumination stands as a luminous testament to human creativity and devotion, a radiant legacy that continues to inspire wonder and awe. As the twilight of the medieval world gives way to the dawn of the modern era, the lost art of illumination stands as a shimmering beacon of human creativity, faith, and resilience. Imagine the manuscripts, once laboriously crafted in the quiet solitude of monastic scriptoriums, now resting in the grand libraries and private collections of Renaissance nobles and scholars. Precious relics that capture the delicate interplay of light and shadow, colour and gold, spirituality and artistry. The pages, illuminated with meticulous detail, Invite the viewer into a world where every brushstroke carries meaning, where gold leaf reflects not only light but the divine presence itself. The vibrant pigments extracted from rare and precious materials sing with a timeless vibrancy, preserving centuries-old stories of faith, mythology, and human experience. Each manuscript is a microcosm of the medieval soul, a radiant tapestry woven with devotion, knowledge, and artistic mastery. Picture the artisans who devoted their lives to this sacred craft, their hands steady and their spirits focused on a higher purpose. Though the printing press heralded a new age of mass communication, the art of illumination persists as a testament to the enduring power of individual creativity and devotion. It is a legacy that transcends time, reminding us of the beauty that arises when skill, faith, and imagination converge. The cultural and historical significance of illuminated manuscripts extends beyond their visual splendor. They are windows into the medieval mind, offering insights into theology, philosophy, politics, and daily life. Through their images and symbols, they communicate complex ideas and values, bridging the gap between past and present. These manuscripts remind us that art is not merely decoration, but a profound language of human expression. As you immerse yourself in this final reflection, feel the weight and wonder of the lost art of medieval illumination. It stands not only as a chapter in art history, but as a beacon of human aspiration, a luminous reminder that even in the darkest times, light and beauty endure. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the lost art of medieval illumination. May the brilliance of these radiant pages inspire a deeper appreciation for the intersection of art, faith, and history, illuminating the path forward with their timeless glow. Let's embark on a fascinating journey into the secret societies of the Renaissance, mysterious groups shrouded in secrecy, wielding hidden influence over politics, art, and philosophy during one of history's most transformative eras. Behind the grandeur of Renaissance art and discovery lay networks of scholars, mystics, and power brokers whose covert dealings shaped the course of Western civilization. Join me as we unveil the enigmatic world of these secretive brotherhoods. In the shadowed alleyways and opulent chambers of Renaissance Europe, a world of intrigue and mystery unfolded, one where knowledge was power, and power was often hidden behind the veils of secrecy. The Renaissance, famed for its explosion of art, science, and humanism, was also a time when secret societies thrived, weaving their influence through the fabric of politics, religion, and culture. These clandestine groups, operating in whispered councils and coded messages, shaped destinies in ways both subtle and profound. Imagine the cobblestone streets of Florence or Venice, bustling with merchants, artists, and scholars. Yet beneath this vibrant surface, masked meetings took place in dimly lit rooms, adorned with cryptic symbols and esoteric texts. Members of these societies, noblemen, intellectuals, clergy, and sometimes artists themselves, gathered to exchange forbidden knowledge, plot political maneuvers, or pursue mystical enlightenment. The air was thick with a sense of urgency and conspiracy, where every word was weighed and every gesture scrutinized. The allure of secret societies lay not just in their hidden nature, but in their promise of exclusive knowledge and influence. They claimed access to ancient wisdom, mystical teachings, and political power often denied to the common populace. Some sought to protect this knowledge from the scrutiny of the church or rival factions. Others aimed to steer the course of history according to their vision. Their rituals, symbols, and codes created a complex tapestry of belief and allegiance, binding members together in a shared sense of purpose and destiny. Consider the impact these societies had on the Renaissance's greatest achievements. Was the genius of Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo merely individual brilliance, or was it nurtured within circles that valued secrecy and esoteric wisdom? Did the political intrigues of Italian city-states bear the fingerprints of these hidden alliances? The influence of secret societies extended far beyond mere rumour, touching upon the art, science, and governance that defined the era. As you delve into this world of shadows and light, feel the tension between revelation and concealment that defined the secret societies of the Renaissance. Their stories invite us to explore the delicate balance between knowledge and power, and the human desire to uncover, and sometimes hide, the truths that shape our world. As the Renaissance blossomed across Europe, secret societies flourished in the hidden corners of bustling cities and the quiet halls of monasteries, where whispers of arcane knowledge and clandestine power echoed behind closed doors. Picture the labyrinthine streets of Florence, Rome, and Venice, where beneath the sunlit facades of cathedrals and palaces, shadowy gatherings took place in candlelit chambers and secluded gardens. The scent of burning wax mingled with the faint aroma of parchment and incense, creating an atmosphere thick with mystery and anticipation. These secret societies were not mere clubs of intrigue. They were complex networks with layered hierarchies, coded languages, and rituals steeped in symbolism. Their members, scholars, nobles, clergy, artists, and diplomats, were bound by oaths and shared secrets, operating in a delicate dance between revelation and concealment. Initiation ceremonies were shrouded in secrecy, involving symbolic gestures, cryptic oaths, and sometimes esoteric practices intended to bind members spiritually and intellectually to the cause. The allure of these societies lay in their promise to unlock hidden truths, ancient wisdom purportedly passed down through forgotten civilizations, mystical insights into the nature of the cosmos, and the power to influence political and religious tides. Many sought to challenge the authority of the church or monarchs, advocating for enlightenment and reform cloaked in secrecy. Others pursued spiritual transcendence, blending Christian mysticism with classical philosophies and Hermetic traditions. Consider how these secretive groups intersected with the Renaissance's great intellectual currents. The revival of Platonic philosophy, the fascination with alchemy and astrology, and the pursuit of knowledge beyond the visible world were often nurtured within these circles. Figures like Marsilio Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, associated with the Platonic Academy, blurred the lines between public scholarship and private mystery, fueling an era where knowledge was both a light and a secret flame. Beyond philosophy and mysticism, secret societies wielded tangible political influence. In the fractious Italian city-states, where power was contested among families and factions, alliances forged in secrecy could tip the balance. The Medici family of Florence, known for their patronage of the arts and subtle political manoeuvres, were rumoured to have ties with such groups, using their networks to consolidate power and protect their interests. As you immerse yourself in this world of hidden agendas and profound aspirations, feel the pulse of a Renaissance defined not only by dazzling creativity, but by the shadows where secrets thrived. The secret societies of this era challenge us to consider the unseen forces that shape history, the whispered alliances, the guarded knowledge, and the enduring human quest to grasp the mysteries beyond the surface. In the intricate dance of Renaissance power and knowledge, secret societies acted as unseen architects, carefully shaping the cultural and political landscape of their time. Imagine the cloistered chambers and shadowy alcoves where these groups convened, spaces adorned with enigmatic symbols, ancient manuscripts, and relics that whispered of forgotten wisdom. Here, the boundaries between mysticism, scholarship, and statecraft blurred, creating a realm where ideas and influence were exchanged in whispers and coded messages. These societies were not monolithic, but varied in their origins, purposes, and practices. Some were rooted in ancient traditions, claiming descent from the mystical schools of antiquity. Others were born from the ferment of Renaissance humanism and the thirst for knowledge that transcended dogma. Their rituals, often shrouded in secrecy, involved initiations that tested loyalty, intellect, and courage, binding members into tightly knit communities committed to shared ideals. The pursuit of hidden knowledge was central. Members delved into Hermeticism, Kabbalah, alchemy, and astrology, disciplines that promised insight into the divine order and the secrets of the universe. These esoteric studies were not mere curiosities, but were intertwined with the era's intellectual awakening, influencing art, science, and philosophy. The symbols adorning manuscripts, paintings, and architecture often concealed layers of meaning accessible only to initiates. Consider the famed Rosicrucians, whose mysterious manifestos sparked intrigue and debate across Europe, suggesting the existence of a secret brotherhood dedicated to spiritual and scientific enlightenment. Or the enigmatic Freemasons, whose rituals and symbols have fascinated and mystified for centuries, possibly tracing their roots back to the guilds of medieval stonemasons, but evolving into a powerful philosophical fraternity during the Renaissance. The impact of these societies extended into politics and diplomacy. Behind the scenes, members influenced monarchs, guided policies, and sometimes orchestrated alliances or conspiracies. The delicate balance of power in Italian city-states and European courts was often maintained by networks operating in the shadows, where knowledge was currency and discretion was paramount. As you immerse yourself in this labyrinth of secrecy and enlightenment, feel the tension and allure of the secret society's world, a realm where faith met reason, mystery entwined with ambition, and the quest for truth was both a spiritual journey and a political act. Their legacy challenges us to look beyond surface histories and consider the hidden currents that have shaped civilization. As the Renaissance blossomed in the 15th and 16th centuries, secret societies not only thrived in the shadows, but also began to weave their subtle influences into the very fabric of European art, science, and politics. Imagine the grand palaces of Florence, Venice, and Rome, where patrons of the arts, often members or affiliates of these clandestine groups, commissioned works that bore hidden symbols and messages only decipherable by the initiated. The frescoes, sculptures, and architectural marvels of the era were more than public displays of wealth and piety. They were coded narratives, veiled declarations of power, philosophy, and secret knowledge. The atmosphere in these cultural hubs was electric, filled with the exchange of revolutionary ideas and the quiet hum of conspiratorial dialogue. Intellectuals, artists, and nobles mingled in salons and private chambers, their conversations layered with allusions to ancient wisdom, mystical traditions, and the pursuit of enlightenment beyond orthodox teachings. The likes of Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, while celebrated publicly for their genius, were rumoured to have connections with secret circles that fostered their explorations into anatomy, engineering, and metaphysics. Within these societies, esoteric knowledge was treasured, a blend of Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, astrology, and early scientific inquiry. Their members believed that by understanding the hidden laws of nature and the cosmos, they could unlock the divine secrets that governed human existence and societal order. This blend of spirituality and nascent science challenged the rigid doctrines of the Church and pushed the boundaries of accepted knowledge. Political manoeuvring was another critical aspect. Secret societies operated as power brokers behind the scenes, shaping alliances, influencing elections, and occasionally orchestrating intrigues to shift the balance of power. The Republic of Venice, with its complex web of diplomacy and espionage, was a fertile ground for such activity, where the lines between official statecraft and covert operations blurred. These groups often served as conduits of information, facilitating communication across borders and between influential figures. Feel the charged tension in the air as members balanced loyalty to their secret causes with the public demands of a society in flux. The risk of exposure was real. Heresy trials, political purges, and social ostracism loomed over those whose allegiances were discovered. Yet, the allure of forbidden knowledge and the promise of shaping history propelled these groups forward, weaving their enigmatic threads through the Renaissance tapestry. As you delve into this intricate world of secrets and enlightenment, sense the profound impact these societies had in steering the course of history. Their stories remind us that behind the celebrated achievements of the Renaissance lay hidden networks of influence and mystery, forces that shaped art, science, and politics in ways still felt today. As the Renaissance matured, secret societies deepened their roots within the power structures and cultural life of Europe, evolving from mere clubs of intrigue into sophisticated networks that influenced everything from philosophy and art to politics and religion. Imagine a grand hall in a Renaissance palace, walls adorned with tapestries depicting mythological and allegorical scenes, where a gathering of the elite convenes. Among them, members of secret societies exchange cryptic messages, hidden in the language of symbols and allegories, while outside, the world hums with the restless energy of discovery and change. The members of these secretive groups came from all walks of life: scholars, nobles, clergy, artists, and diplomats, united by shared goals and esoteric knowledge. They were custodians of ancient wisdom, protectors of forbidden texts, and architects of social and political transformation. The societies operated on a need-to-know basis, with knowledge compartmentalized and rituals designed to foster trust, loyalty, and secrecy. Consider the rituals that bound members together: initiation ceremonies that tested courage and discretion, the exchange of secret handshakes, and the study of symbolic texts encoded with hidden meanings. These rites were more than mere formalities. They were profound spiritual experiences, creating a sense of belonging and purpose, and imbuing members with a mission that transcended personal ambition. The influence of these societies extended into the flourishing arts of the Renaissance. Commissions of paintings, sculptures, and architecture were often infused with symbolism, reflecting the beliefs and agendas of secret groups. Hidden codes and motifs, pentagrams, all-seeing eyes, alchemical symbols, were embedded in works by masters like Botticelli and Raphael, transforming public art into private messages for the initiated. These artworks served as silent witnesses to the clandestine dialogues between power, knowledge, and faith. Politically, secret societies acted as shadow governments, influencing elections, manipulating courts, and steering alliances. In the tangled web of Italian city-states, where ambition and rivalry often led to violence, these groups provided networks of protection and influence. Their members held key positions, from advisors to rulers to diplomatic envoys, subtly shaping policies and decisions that echoed far beyond their secret meetings. At the same time, these societies were not immune to conflict. Rival factions competed for influence, betrayals and espionage were common, and the ever-watchful eyes of the church and state authorities sought to expose and suppress them. The tension between secrecy and exposure added an edge of danger and drama to their operations, underscoring the stakes involved in controlling knowledge and power. As you immerse yourself in this world of coded gestures and whispered counsel, feel the complex interplay of trust, ambition, faith, and intellect that defined the secret societies of the Renaissance. Their legacy is a testament to humanity's enduring fascination with the unknown, the hidden, and the powerful, the eternal quest to unlock the secrets that shape our world. As the Renaissance continued to unfold, secret societies evolved into enigmatic forces that transcended mere political intrigue and ventured deep into the realms of philosophy, art, and spiritual exploration. Picture the twilight hours in a secluded chamber, where candlelight flickers softly upon ancient manuscripts and cryptic symbols etched into stone walls. Here, members of these clandestine brotherhoods gathered not only to discuss worldly power, but to delve into the mysteries of the universe, the nature of existence, and the pursuit of hidden knowledge. The atmosphere is charged with a heady mix of intellectual fervour and spiritual yearning. Conversations weave through topics as diverse as Hermeticism, Kabbalah, alchemy, and astrology, esoteric traditions that promise to unlock the secrets of creation and the divine order. Members believed that through these mystical studies they could transcend the limitations of the physical world and glimpse the eternal truths that govern the cosmos. Within these gatherings, initiates underwent rigorous tests of mind and spirit. Rituals blended symbolism with psychological transformation, designed to awaken latent abilities and forge unbreakable bonds of trust and secrecy. Each ceremony was a passage, both literal and metaphorical, through which members transcended their ordinary selves to become part of something greater, a timeless quest for enlightenment hidden beneath layers of metaphor and mystery. The influence of these societies permeated the cultural masterpieces of the Renaissance. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Albrecht Dürer are believed to have incorporated esoteric symbolism into their works, embedding hidden meanings accessible only to the initiated few. Architectural marvels, too, such as the meticulously designed layouts of cathedrals and palaces, reflected sacred geometry and cosmic principles revered by these secret brotherhoods. Politically, these societies often operated in the shadows, their reach extending into courts and councils, where they influenced decisions, protected allies, and orchestrated events with subtle precision. Their members were diplomats, advisors, and sometimes revolutionaries, agents of change who sought to shape the future according to ideals that blended faith, reason, and mysticism. Yet this pursuit of hidden knowledge and power came with risks. The ever-watchful eyes of religious authorities and rival factions meant that secrecy was paramount. Exposure could lead to persecution, imprisonment, or worse. This delicate balance between revelation and concealment added a thrilling tension to their endeavours, making each gathering both a sanctuary and a potential battleground. As you immerse yourself in this world of shadowed wisdom and luminous insight, sense the profound interplay of mystery, intellect, and devotion that defined the secret societies of the Renaissance. Their legacy invites us to contemplate the eternal human quest for meaning, a journey where the boundaries between the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen, are constantly explored and redefined. As the Renaissance advanced into its later years, the secret societies that once thrived in hidden chambers and shadowed corridors began to weave themselves more intricately into the tapestry of European society, their influence reaching far beyond mere clandestine meetings. Imagine the ornate salons and vast libraries of Renaissance palaces, where noble patrons and learned scholars gathered not only to celebrate art and science, but also to participate in esoteric rituals and exchange guarded knowledge. The scent of polished wood, aged parchment, and fragrant oils filled the air, mingling with the soft murmur of learned discourse and the discreet whispers of secret alliances. Within these elite circles, the boundaries between philosophy, spirituality, and politics blurred. Secret societies became centres of intellectual ferment, exploring not just mystical traditions like Hermeticism, alchemy, and Kabbalah, but also the burgeoning scientific inquiries that would eventually fuel the Enlightenment. Members engaged in spirited debates about the nature of the cosmos, the role of humanity, and the pursuit of knowledge, discussions that often challenged orthodox religious teachings and provoked suspicion and intrigue. Imagine the personal journeys of those drawn into these societies. Their initiation rites shrouded in mystery, their oaths binding them to lifelong secrecy and loyalty. These ceremonies were immersive experiences, combining symbolism, meditation, and theatrical ritual to transform initiates and bind them to the group's esoteric mission. The bonds forged in these moments transcended politics and personal ambition, uniting members in a shared quest for enlightenment and influence. The artistic expression of these societies was equally profound. Paintings, sculptures, and architectural designs commissioned by members were imbued with layers of symbolism. Allegorical figures, celestial motifs, and coded references that conveyed hidden teachings to the initiated while remaining inscrutable to outsiders. This interplay of art and secrecy turned public spaces into stages for concealed knowledge and subtle messaging. Politically, the networks formed by secret societies served as powerful conduits of influence and protection. Members occupied key positions in courts, universities, and religious institutions, using their connections to advance shared goals and safeguard their secrets. Their maneuverings shaped diplomacy succession disputes, and policy decisions, often behind the scenes and beyond the reach of historical record. Yet this world of secrecy was fraught with peril. Rivalries between factions, betrayals, and the ever-present threat of discovery cast long shadows. The stakes were immense. Exposure could mean exile, imprisonment, or death. This tension lent their gatherings a charged atmosphere, where trust was precious and every word weighed. As you immerse yourself in this rich and complex world, sense the delicate balance these societies maintained between illumination and concealment, tradition and innovation, power and spirituality. The secret societies of the Renaissance were more than mere footnotes in history. They were dynamic engines of change, shaping the intellectual, cultural, and political currents that continue to influence our world today. As the Renaissance reached its zenith, secret societies operated not merely as shadowy enclaves, but as influential crucibles of innovation and subversion, threading their enigmatic influence through the artistic, scientific, and political revolutions sweeping Europe. Imagine the grand libraries and vaulted halls where members gathered, their conversations a blend of lofty ideals and pragmatic strategy, their voices hushed to a reverent murmur under the glow of flickering candlelight. The aroma of ancient tomes, fragrant oils, and smouldering incense filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation and hidden purpose. Within these circles, knowledge was the highest currency, a potent blend of ancient wisdom and cutting-edge discoveries. Alchemists experimented with transformations that transcended mere metallurgy, seeking spiritual and physical perfection. Philosophers debated the nature of man and the universe, inspired by newly rediscovered classical texts and illuminated by the light of reason and mysticism. Astrologers charted the stars, believing the heavens held keys to earthly destinies. The synthesis of these disciplines reflected a Renaissance worldview where science, spirituality, and art were inextricably linked. The secret societies also served as guardians and propagators of this knowledge, carefully safeguarding esoteric teachings from the scrutiny of religious authorities and political adversaries. Their rituals and symbols, rich in allegory and coded meaning, created a language accessible only to initiates, a protective veil that both united members and shielded them from persecution. Membership was a commitment to a higher calling, often at great personal risk. The impact of these societies was palpable in the cultural masterpieces of the era. Artworks commissioned by members subtly encoded messages of enlightenment, resistance, and aspiration, embedding esoteric symbols within religious and mythological scenes. Architecture took on new dimensions, with the incorporation of sacred geometry and mystical symbolism designed to reflect cosmic harmony and secret knowledge. These creations transformed public spaces into silent testaments to the society's enduring influence. Politically, the secret societies operated as behind-the-scenes players, influencing rulers, shaping alliances, and manoeuvring through the intricate web of Renaissance power dynamics. Their networks spanned borders and courts, enabling the exchange of information and the coordination of efforts to promote reform, protect members, or advance hidden agendas. This invisible hand guided events that would ripple through history. Yet, the pursuit of hidden knowledge and influence was fraught with danger. The ever-watchful eyes of the Inquisition and rival factions meant that secrecy was not merely a preference, but a necessity. The risk of betrayal and exposure loomed constantly, adding a charged tension to meetings and decisions. Despite these challenges, the societies persisted, their legacies woven into the fabric of Renaissance history. As you immerse yourself in this vibrant and shadowed world, feel the dynamic tension between light and darkness, knowledge and secrecy, faith and reason. The secret societies of the Renaissance embody the human thirst for understanding and power, a complex dance that has shaped the course of civilization in ways both visible and hidden. As the Renaissance gave way to the dawn of the modern age, secret societies found themselves at a crossroads, a complex intersection of fading traditions and emerging new paradigms. Picture the quiet, candlelit rooms where the last initiates gathered, aware that their world was shifting beneath their feet. The scent of burning tallow candles mingled with old parchment and the faint trace of incense, setting an atmosphere heavy with both reverence and melancholy. These societies, once vibrant hubs of esoteric wisdom and political influence, now grappled with the changing tides brought by scientific discovery, expanding empires, and evolving political structures. The advent of printing presses, the spread of secular thought, and the increasing power of centralized states challenged the need for secrecy and the exclusive guardianship of knowledge. Yet the societies persisted, their rituals and symbols taking on new layers of meaning as they adapted to the modern world. Members found themselves balancing the preservation of ancient teachings with the demands of a rapidly changing intellectual landscape. The esoteric philosophies that once guided their spiritual and political pursuits now intersected with burgeoning scientific inquiry, encouraging a synthesis of mysticism and rationalism. The Society's libraries and archives became precious repositories of both ancient manuscripts and emerging scientific treatises. Beyond intellectual pursuits, secret societies continued to exercise subtle political influence, navigating the complex courts of early modern Europe. Their networks expanded beyond city-states into the broader continent, facilitating exchanges between monarchs, diplomats, and thinkers. They played roles in shaping alliances, fomenting revolutions, and promoting reforms, often unseen but deeply felt. However, with these expanded roles came increased risks. The scrutiny of religious institutions and emerging nation-states intensified, and members faced persecution, exile, or worse if their affiliations were revealed. This tension imbued their meetings with a profound sense of urgency and commitment, reinforcing bonds forged in secrecy and shared purpose. As you immerse yourself in this poignant period of transformation, feel the weight of legacy and the flicker of hope intertwined within the secret societies of the Renaissance. Their story is one of resilience and reinvention, a testament to the enduring human quest for knowledge, power, and belonging amidst the relentless currents of history. As the Renaissance era slowly gave way to the Age of Enlightenment, the secret societies that once pulsed with clandestine energy found themselves at the threshold of transformation, echoes of their influence lingering in the evolving political, cultural, and intellectual landscapes of Europe. Picture the last flickering candle flames in the shadowed chambers where initiates once gathered, the walls adorned with cryptic symbols now fading, and the air heavy with memories of whispered knowledge and veiled power. These societies, once guardians of esoteric wisdom and architects of subtle political change, had woven themselves deeply into the fabric of Renaissance life. Their rituals, symbols, and teachings influenced art, philosophy, and governance in ways both overt and hidden. Yet, as the world embraced reason, scientific inquiry, and public discourse, the age-old necessity for secrecy began to wane. Knowledge, once hoarded and hidden, slowly became shared and debated openly in burgeoning salons, universities, and print. Imagine the members of these societies reflecting on their legacy, some embracing new roles as patrons of Enlightenment thinkers, others retreating into obscurity or transforming their traditions to fit new realities. The knowledge they protected, the alliances they forged, and the ideals they championed did not vanish, but morphed into new forms of intellectual and social engagement, laying groundwork for modern notions of liberty, progress, and human rights. In the grand tapestry of history, the secret societies of the Renaissance stand as enigmatic but undeniable forces, shaping not only the art and science of their time, but also the very currents of political power and spiritual thought. Their story is one of mystery and revelation, of shadows and light, a testament to humanity's ceaseless quest to uncover hidden truths and wield knowledge as both shield and sword. As you immerse yourself in this final reflection, feel the enduring resonance of these societies, their whispers echoing through time, inviting us to ponder the delicate balance between secrecy and openness, tradition and innovation, power and enlightenment. The secret societies of the Renaissance remind us that beneath the surface of history lies a complex world of hidden influences, where the pursuit of knowledge and power shapes the destiny of civilizations. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the secret societies of the Renaissance. May their stories inspire curiosity, reflection, and a deeper understanding of the intricate dance between secrecy and revelation that continues to shape our world. Glad to continue working with you. What would you like me to help with next? For example, I can write an intro for your next video, detailed scripts, or SEO-friendly descriptions and titles. Just let me know.